people
Did
and
he say even a
applying.
specific pilot or just all of them?
He just said, whenever I see a black pilot, I think they're a DEI hire.
So we can all agree that that's just a stupid thought process. And
No, it's
on.
not stupid. It's racist. You don't think
it's
racism
racist
is
and stupid.
Okay, and you don't think racism is violence? You don't think racism is violence?
Not inherently, no.
Didn't he also say black women have no brain power?
I don't know, honestly. I didn't see that.
Hold on, let me check. I had it here somewhere. Hold on.
I can agree with you that it's harmful. I think violent is pushing it.
It's harmful because it's violent. Racism is violence. Upholding the system of racism that literally actively allows for a environment to exist where black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth because they're black. Black women are up to 5 times more likely to die during childbirth because they're black. Where black boys and men are being literally subjected to police brutality that is fucking violent. You might not think it's violent because you were not being directly impacted on a systemic level.
That's 100% violent. I'll agree with you.
Okay, then upholding that system of racism is 100% fucking violent. And he was upholding that system of racism by the poisonous rhetoric that he was spreading. 100%.
He had bad rhetoric, yeah, but his actions were not the same as his rhetoric.
Hold on.
He had bad rhetoric, I think, personally.
One second.
Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been.
What is
but now, Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color. But I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that.
Yeah, I 100% disagree with you.
We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get it on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like, oh, of course. That's why we need affirmative action, because you have impressed us with your brilliance. Of course. Oh no, imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson. They think this is persuasive. They think as they kind of now reveal that I'm only here because of anti-white, anti-Asian forced discrimination policies. That turned me.
So I just wanted to clarify again. I do not condone any of this. I am not promoting any of this. Let me clarify. I'm not condoning. I'm not promoting. What I'm just saying is there's a nod of selective empathy that I'm seeing, that when it comes to black and brown people being unalived, people say that's unfortunate. That's just sad. But when it comes to a Charlie Kirk who actively caused harm and violence to black and brown people, all of a sudden people grieve him, mourn him. And that is something that I don't understand. I don't understand why people are actively mourning this man, but then they're not mourning the countless black and brown people.
Do you genuinely not understand it, or do you just not agree with it?
No, I understand it, but my point is, what people don't understand is, right, every time you do that within society, What you're basically saying is that there is this cruel imbalance where the world is actively declaring that some lives are worthy of mourning while others are deemed ungrievable. And I think that is something that people don't understand. That when people are doing this actively, they're basically showing that some lives are worthy of mourning while others are not grievable. That you're denying the humanity of a lot of people. Because we don't see that humanity. I don't see that humanity towards my fucking people dying en masse every fucking day. I don't see that humanity. My people are dying en masse every day. I don't see that humanity. And that's what's pissing me off. I'm not gonna lie. This whole thing is pissing me off because I don't see that humanity towards my fucking people. So why is a Charlie Kirk more grievable than my people? That's all that I'm saying.
And my response to that would be is it's not right, but it's simply because he has more attention. Like more people look at him, therefore more people care about him. And that's all it is.
Yeah, but do you understand that you're basically saying that some people are not human enough to be grieved?
See, but like, no, you're kind of comparing apples to oranges there.
No, I'm not. I'm not comparing apples to oranges.
Well, let me explain it. It's just that, like, because if you compare, like, a really famous person dying to a lot of different, not to personally connect with all the different individuals who are dying, who you really can't find much information about on, compared to someone who you already knew information about dying.
Wait, I'm confused.
It's not that one's more than the other. It's just that one's more attention grabbing than the other.
Why is one more attention grabbing? That's like a genuine question that I have. Again, genuine question. I do not want to promote violence. I do not want people to go around unaliving other people, okay? Let me clarify that because I know some of these bitches here are going to take my words out of context. I am in no way saying that people should go around unaliving people. No way am I saying that. Right? But what I'm saying is why is this much empathy being extended towards this man who has caused so much harm? But that same level of empathy is not being extended towards the victims of his harm. Genuinely, like the people who are being unalived on a regular basis because of the rhetoric that he pushes. He pushes a lot of vile rhetoric towards black and brown people. Yet their death is literally not remembered. They don't care. People are just like, well, it's unfortunate that they are dying.
The way I personally see it is that it's a lot harder to care about someone after they're dead. And if you don't know them before they die, it's almost impossible to grow an attachment to them.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming up. I'm going to go to the next people.
All right. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Shit, can you kick me?
Well, I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. People have been watching babies literally get unalived daily. On your screen. Hold on. Shahar just said I'm hateful. Shahar is an Israeli man who justifies the unaliving of Palestinians. This is what I mean. Shahar is an Israeli man who is okay with the unaliving of Palestinians, yet he thinks he has any moral high ground to sit here and judge me and call me hateful. Isn't that crazy?
No, it is crazy. It is. The thing is, though, is that we cannot give him sympathy either. He does not want to have sympathy. He himself said empathy is doing a lot of damage, and you know, people who are unalived by pew pew is worth it. Their lives are worth it to keep the Second Amendment. So we cannot give him empathy. We're not supposed to do that at all. It's unfortunate he died. Sure, yeah, that's it. That's all it is. I don't know why people, oh my God. No, it was worth it. His life, it was worth it. According to him, not according to me. I don't even, as much as I despise his existence, I don't want people to be unalived through PP violence. But this is his ideology, and it is worth it. His life is worth his ideology, and he got unalived believing in what he, what he stood for, and that's it. We're just honoring his words. So don't give him no empathy. Just say it's unfortunate and move on.
Yeah, and that's like my point. That's like literally my point, right?
Yeah. And also, it's like, I understand why the other side, quote unquote, people that support him, they see him as a hero. He's the guy that speaks up. He's the guy that is their savior. He's basically their savior. And he got unalived, and now they have this specific sympathy for him, which I cannot even have that for him. Because he does not like my kind. He called the Palestinians a bunch of savages, and they deserve what is happening to them. So, he was a Christian, okay? Don't change the fact that what he said is what he said.
Yeah. I don't know. I genuinely don't know, like... Yeah, but thank you, Wako, for coming up and sharing it. Appreciate you. Wait, hold on.
Hi there.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay, what about you?
I'm all right. Yeah, it's interesting news for sure. I mean, I don't welcome the death of anybody. I mean, it's unfortunate what happened, but he's kind of made his bed. I mean, he kind of signed himself up with that himself over the recent years, and he's constantly touting Second Amendment rights, but doesn't want to. But like he just he treats everything that's unfortunate related to guns, school pew-pews and all these things that happen. He just acts like it's collateral damage and kind of like, oh, well. And it's clear to me, I mean, I'm a white American, but it's clear to me that he had an obvious disdain for people of color, for minorities, for, as the previous guy just said, for Palestinians, acting as if they're like animals or second-class citizens. It's just wild. And so, no, I mean, he was so pro-gun, and so it's, this is now what's happened to him. And so these are these gun rights that he fought for, and unfortunately now this is how he's gone. And so... Yes, that is, yes, in the comments, I did say he made his bed. Yes, he was a very big proponent of gun rights and crapped on minorities and other populations. He made himself an outsider. He was too vocal about his opinions, and his white supremacy and his hate just showed through his beliefs. And so y'all can say he was just saying his beliefs, but his beliefs were ugly. So unfortunately, this is the consequences of it. If you piss enough people off, like, what do you think is going to end up happening? And he's putting himself in public, light. He's saying these things publicly, and I'm not surprised something like this didn't happen sooner, unfortunately. But
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Coming up and sharing your 2 cents.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it here right now, right? I'll repeat it again. I don't encourage it. I don't celebrate it. Okay? I'm not encouraging it. I'm not celebrating it. But my people are perishing in mass in silence. in fucking silence, and nobody gives a shit about it. Nobody gives a shit about it. So if you expect me to sit here and cry for a person who actively would have wanted me dead, I don't know what to tell you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, but I want Swan to go first. Swan was here. Swan got on first.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hey, so I just wanted to offer a different perspective. I think people need to think about the fact that this man had an entire organization where he was leading a conservative group of people and he was touring the country and essentially creating, and let me know if I'm overstepping, but creating a group of young men that would be and are fascists. And this is in addition to everything that you've said already, and that we're not we're not done dealing with the impact of the things that he said and the impact of the things that he's done. We're going to have to continue to deal with that. We're talking about someone who spoke terribly about Black people. We're talking about someone that excused, trigger warning, raping women. We're talking about someone that was very proud in not seeing the humanity in others. And he was taking many along with him, and he was very problematic. And we are going to still have to deal with the fallout of that. And the fallout of that is going to be not just him, but 13-year-old hymns, 14-year-old hymns, 15-year-old hymns, 16-year-old hymns, right? The ones that I've no longer allowed on my channel because they will literally come up and repeat his talking points bar for bar. And that's problematic. He's created a monster. He's created a fascist regime of young people, and not even just young men, because anybody can be radicalized from this. We know that it's cis het white men that will benefit the most, but he didn't care about humanity at all in any way, shape, or form. He did not, and we're not seeing the end of the things that he's done. Yeah, they are martyring him. So I don't know if Kim's gonna come up, but she was in a conservative live, and they said that he was their Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring up Kim. Where is she? Kim, if you want to request, you can request, by the way. I'm letting people up slowly, by the way, so you can request. Orthodox, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of answered your own little mini crash out, right? You said, why don't people care about my people? Why don't they care about the Eritreans? People in China, people in Mongolia aren't going to be moved by the unalivement of Charlie Kirk. So you kind of answering your own question. I don't think it's a good thing to effectively blame his viewpoints, blame his positions on the fact that he was unalived. I mean, we have political pluralism in the West. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. You're almost justifying his unalivement. You're saying how dangerous he is. We have freedom of speech here. If you don't like it, combat it. Tell people why he is wrong. Why can't you do that?
Yeah, we have freedom of speech. That's why I have the freedom of speech to say I'm not going to mourn his death. I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can mourn. I'm not saying you have to mourn his death. I don't care about that. But your rhetoric is even more disgusting. You're effectively saying, yeah, he deserved this because of
my rhetoric is more disgusting than his rhetoric?
100%. I've heard you say the most vile stuff. By the way, you said to an Algerian, Adel, you said that he deserved to be colonized by the French.
I said he was a Frenchie. Yeah, I did, because he came up and dismissed.
You're a hypocrite.
Hold on. He came up and dismissed my people's pain. Why the fuck should I recognize anything?
Yes,
No. I said I 100% stand by a man who calls Black Algerians the N-word. Hold on. No, I didn't. I said him and his family. No, I didn't. I said his family.
Yes, you did.
Orthodox. Did he not say? Hold on. Did he not say he calls Black Algerians the N-word? Why the fuck am I gonna sit here crying over a bitch who calls Black Algerians the N-word?
Colonization.
Again, why should I care about a person who calls Black people the N-word?
Okay, he said the N-word. Then you went and attacked
No, he
all
said
Algerians.
no. He
You
said
could
he
have
regular
attacked his
no.
character
Orthodox.
as an individual.
Shut the fuck up. You're literally the person who tried to tell me that British colonialism was good for Eritrea, by the way, okay? So I don't know why you don't even have a fucking moral high ground when you tried to justify the British fucking empire, okay? You dumb bitch. But second of all, right? Hold on. Let me finish, right? This guy said he regularly calls black Algerians the N-word. Why the hell should I care about a guy who came up who literally said he doesn't care, Sudanese people were not being genocided, okay? He literally said Sudanese people were not being genocided. That it was just, they were just unaliving each other. It was just a civil war. He also said that he basically dismissed what was happening, right, to people on the African continent. And he also said that he regularly calls black Algerians the N-word. Yes, he's a fucking Frenchie. I said it, and I'll repeat again. That man is a fucking Frenchie.
But you didn't say that though, Kobe.
I did. I told him a Frenchie. I told him that yes, I told him yes. I did. I told him that his family deserved colonization.
No,
yes.
You said Algerians in general.
I did not say Algerians in general. I said his family. I did not say Algerians in general. I said his family, and I stand by it. I stand by it 100%, and I will say it again. His family deserve that shit. Yes. 100%.
You're a hypocrite then.
I don't give a fuck.
You have no value.
What you're not going to do is shame people for how they react to racism.
So you reacted to racism with racism.
It's not racism to call him a Frenchie. It's just a fact.
Oh,
it's not racism to call him a Frenchie. What does a Frenchie mean? What does a Frenchie mean? What does a Frenchie mean? A whitewashed person.
You're insinuating that he was French because he got colonized by the French.
No, I didn't. Frenchie literally means a whitewashed person. Frenchie means a whitewashed person, and he's a fucking whitewashed person.
They have their own term for that.
What are you talking about? How is calling a... Wait, hold on.
Pro-French.
How is calling... I am not pro-French, bro. I am not pro-French. I said that shit to him to piss him off. But I'm not pro-French. He literally came up here. No, hold on. He came up here himself and trolling. So I was just trolling. Why can't I troll?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so whenever you crash out, whenever you show your true colors, it's just trolling.
I was just trolling. Yeah, I was. Because he can troll and say that shit, right?
When he said that.
Yeah, he was just trolling, so I just trolled back. So he shouldn't cry.
You are one deranged person, Kobe. I hope you know.
I'm deranged?
You're a very sick individual. Somebody's just been unalived, and this is the first...
Noor, do you want to say something? I don't know. Sorry. I'm done with this person.
Hi, Habibti. First of all, the sun is shining a little bit brighter right now. I know you don't celebrate it, but I have been in America about 16 years, and I like to believe I have American values, meaning I think fascists and Nazis should get the wall. So honestly, in my opinion, good fucking riddance. Everyone who wants to be like, oh, this is political violence. Oh, this is political violence. Everything in America is political violence. Absolutely everything. Every single gun death was political violence. Every school shooting was political violence. Every single time Charlie Kirk opened his mouth and said black on black crime, that was political violence. Every single time he opened his mouth and said Israel has the right to defend itself, that was political violence. The rooster has come home to roost, and now people are upset about it? Now people are upset about it, babe. They upheld the system, they created the system, and they upheld the system. Every event of police brutality, Breonna Taylor, Tamir Rice, Elijah Wood, every single fucking event was political violence. So no, people here who are claiming that it's political violence is wrong. They weren't against January 6th. Charlie Kirk wasn't against January 6th. He wasn't against school shootings, and now he just experienced one. That's all I'm gonna say. Also, hi Habibti, I hope you're doing well.
Hi. Yeah, so that I don't justify it. I don't encourage it. I'm not gonna cry about it. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't justify it, but I'm not gonna sit here and waste my empathy on it. Just gonna say that. I feel bad for his children for watching that, 100%. I don't think any child should be watching that in front of them. That's who I feel bad for, but not him. I don't feel bad for him. Shin, you wanted to say something? Also, if anybody is recording this thinking they're going to take it out of context, I'll just post the whole thing on YouTube so that you guys don't take it out of context. Because I know that some people are going to sit here and say, oh my God, Kavi was justifying this. Kavi was encouraging it, yada, 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 yada. I'll just post the whole live. I'll post the whole damn live so that nobody takes me out of context in what I am saying. I know Orthodox, you're probably recording it as well, but anyways. Shin.
Yeah, you know how I feel about this. Like, there's literally like a wall around El Fasher and children being unalived, but I'm supposed to feel bad for Charlie Kirk. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing that really pisses me off, in my opinion, right? The thing that really annoys me and irritates me is like there's this collective gaslighting that is happening. Like this collective gaslighting of when it's black and brown people being unalived, when it's poor people being unalived, the thing that the response that comes out of it, right, is the response is like, it's unfortunate. Oh, this is unfortunate. This is sad. This is unfortunate. But people normalize it. So my question is like, why should I sit here and mourn a person who doesn't want me alive? Like, legitimately, why should I sit here and cry my tears out for a man who doesn't want me alive?
When did he say that?
You think he wants black people alive when he's sitting here dehumanizing black people on a regular
your
basis?
Rhetoric against other people, especially white people, is quite telling. Okay, and then you
white people are okay.
You harp on
white people are okay. White people are not being G-sided. White people are not being okay. If you are okay, then nothing I say is gonna harm you.
Wait, it's just words, right? So why are you so against Charlie Kirk? Was he out
because Charlie Kirk has the fucking power to cause harm to people. He's a white man. He's a white man. Oh my God, so I literally have white fatigue when I talk to Orthodox. I literally have fucking white fatigue.
What white people say. They say black fatigue, you say white fatigue. Get some originality.
No, first of all, black fatigue was coined by a black woman. Get fucking right. Cares. White people decided to appropriate that word, but it was coined by a black woman. That shows your lack of unoriginality. It shows what?
You invented everything. We stole everything. We all know what kind of people you are. We all know what you say. It's just stupid. And now
so black fatigue was literally coined by Mary Frances Winters. She wrote a whole fucking book. Listen. Mary Frances Winters wrote a whole book called Black Fatigue: How Racism Erodes the Mind, Body, and Spirit.
Like 3 months ago.
That is the woman. No, hold on. That is the woman who coined that term. The term, literally, Rolling Stones has a whole article on it that was released in July of this year, talking about the term black fatigue being coined. There's an article from 2021 about Mary Frances Winters talking about how she coined that term. You are a dumb fucking bitch,
yeah, so
Orthodox.
When it became popular,
which is precisely why. No, hold on. You thought that white people coined the term black fatigue when it was white people.
Popularized a few months ago, yeah.
No, when it was white people who stole that term.
Okay, yes. People stole 2 words in the English dictionary. Congratulations.
No. It was a concept. It was a concept. It was a concept.
Yes, it's a concept that we had no idea about until this random.
Get the fuck off my panel, you weirdo. What are you talking about? And this is a superior race.
Wild whenever they say that, because I've made that my topic recently, right? I'm sorry, did we enslave Europeans? Did we feed their babies to alligators? Did we G-side them? Did we put them in trees with rope? Fatigue? Where? Because what have we done to the Europeans? Orthodox, your page is absolutely disgusting. Orthodox
spent 2 years dehumanizing Palestinians, saying that they deserved to be unalived, right? Saying that they deserved to be unalived, saying that they did October the 7th, they started the war, justifying what Israel was doing for 2 years. Yet now he comes up here pretending as if he has the moral high ground. Pretending like he has the moral high ground when he literally was going on panel to panel to panel on pro-Pally panels. Who in pro-Pally spaces remembers Orthodox? Who remembers him? When he was talking about 67.9, when he was saying Palestinians are dumb, when he was saying the most Islamophobic-ish, when he was sitting there dehumanizing Palestinians and Gazan specifically 24/7, yet he thinks that he has the moral high ground to say that? Like to come up here and to try to shame me for saying that I'm not going to sit here and cry for a person who wants my people unalived? By the way, I'm not celebrating anything. I don't know how many times I have to say this again. I am not celebrating anything. I am not encouraging anything. But if you think I'm going to sit here and cry for a man who doesn't want me alive, you're stupid as hell. You're a weirdo. You're whack. Not stupid, sorry, I don't want to use that word. You're whack. That's what I'm going to use. But yeah, whoever was next, you can talk.
Hey, what's up, Kobe?
Hi.
Yeah, I just want to touch something here. So I'm not sure if you've been following, like in the wake of when Charlie was first pew-pewed. One of the first leaders to tweet about this was none other than BB. So what do you think is going to happen as a result of the political blowback because of this? And why should you be celebrating this if this is going to result in the unaliving of even more Gazans?
Wait, I mean, did I say I celebrated?
No, but is it not going to? He's now a martyr.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Did I? Wait. Hold on. Did I say I celebrated?
Well, no, but you're saying you don't.
Have I not been clear in saying I don't celebrate it?
I know, but you have to understand what is the political blowback.
Hold on 1 second. Wait. I'm not. I understand the political blowback, but am I celebrating it?
Saying you won't shed a tear is.
Yes, I won't cry. Why should I cry for a man who doesn't want me alive?
It's the same thing. Like I remember on October 7th, there was a bunch of pro-Pally, the people that I'm friends with were celebrating what happened. And I said, don't you guys realize what's going to happen now?
So hold on. No. I'm not celebrating it. I'm just indifferent. That's two different things. I'm not sitting here encouraging anything. I am indifferent to it. So why do you expect me to shed a tear over a person who does not want me alive? Genuine question.
This is all part of the space. You're going to be talking to people who disagree with you all the time. He was part of the space.
No, but I'm asking you again. Genuine. Halls, for some reason, it keeps kicking you out. I don't know why. Re-request. No, genuine question. Like, I can sit here and tell you, I don't think gun violence is good. Of course not. I don't think people should just randomly be unalived. Of course not. I don't. But my question is, I'm indifferent to this particular man. So why should I shed a tear for a man who doesn't even want, who dehumanizes Black people on a regular basis?
Because it gives the implication that someone could be unalive for political disagreements. That's why. So whether or not you agree with his words, you have to think of the retrospect of what's going to happen as a result of him being unalive.
No. I can address it, yes, but I don't have to cry over it. I don't have to mourn his death. Why should I sit here and cry over this man? I can literally say, yes, it is horrific that his kids saw it. I wouldn't wish it on any child. I think it's horrific for the people who were there, who probably felt like they were going to die. 100%. I think that's horrific, and I'm glad that they're okay. But why should I sit here and cry over this particular man? Would you cry if Netanyahu was found dead tomorrow? Would you be
no.
sad? Would you
Well,
mourn his death?
That's different.
How is that
Netanyahu-
fucking different? How is it different?
To compare him to Netanyahu is wild.
How is it different? Like,
Netanyahu
y'all,
controls an
listen,
army.
y'all always downplay racism, but when it comes to Zionism, you understand the implications of Zionism. But when it comes to racism, y'all fucking downplay it all the fucking time, as if black people are not dying left and right. And that's because you don't think that racism is as serious as Zionism. Just admit it. You don't think that racism is as serious as fucking Zionism.
I think racism honestly is ingrained to the human consciousness and will always exist for some reason because people.
No, it's not. Racism is not ingrained to the human conscious. If it was ingrained to the human conscious, like Western Europeans would not have done an active job to try to condition people to do it. So it's not any different. It's not any different.
I love how people talk about when things are like inherent to the being human. When like what part of the human DNA is racism embedded in?
People will always try to put themselves above other people, and that's just how it is. And they differentiate.
But what part? So what part of the human DNA or what part of the brain activates that?
I'm not talking about like it's a biological perspective, it's a social perspective. Well, you could see it throughout history that there's racism.
No, you can't see throughout history that there's racism. No.
What about Zionism, though?
No. Bigotry, yes, you saw, but not racism. No. Racism you cannot see throughout all history.
Is an offshoot of
Racism, race and racism literally emerged during the European age of expansion. Like if you actually read into it, race and racism emerged during the European age of expansion, where people actively built these racial categories to justify the transatlantic slave trade and to justify colonialism, Western European colonialism specifically. So no, it's not natural. It's not biological. Stop trying to downplay racism. And this is what I fucking mean by y'all hate black people. You don't even realize that you don't humanize black people, because you can sit here and recognize the horrors and atrocities of Zionism, but you downplay racism and say it's just natural. It's not natural for black people to die. It's not natural for black people to be referred to as a slave. It's not natural for black people to be at the bottom of the racial hierarchy. This is not natural.
Can I ask a question, Convey?
Yeah.
Abid, you said Abid, my fault for the name pronunciation. You said racism is ingrained in human nature, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so how would you define it? How is it ingrained? Why is racism ingrained? Can you specify for me?
No, there's always been bigotry, and people differentiate themselves from other groups, and they will use that.
Okay, so what about Zionism? Is it not the exact same thing? Differentiated themselves from other people and doing the exact same thing as any racist would?
I would say Zionism is a form of racism as well.
Oh, but then it's natural. If it's a form of racism, it's natural. So why are you finding it abhorrent?
Because of the consequences of how many people have had to suffer because of it.
Do you know how many people suffered because of racism?
How many people suffer because of racism?
In Leopard, Congo right now, Sudan.
Wait, how many people suffered because of racism?
I'm not justifying racism here.
I'm not saying you're justifying. I'm saying how many people have suffered because of racism?
Millions. But
okay, so then, so why are the lives of millions not worth saying that it's not natural? Why do you think Zionism is worse than racism when racism has taken the lives of millions? I'm confused.
The current political climate. But we're talking about like...
What current political climate?
What's happening right now in Gaza.
What's happening right now in Sudan?
Congo, Haiti.
The fuck are you talking about? What's happening right now in Libya when people are being enslaved? What are you talking about?
Listen, that's a systemic issue. That's a completely different... You can't...
Wait.
Bro, that's a colonial issue. That's a colonial issue, and not a systemic issue. And I'm sick and tired of those double standards. Like it's making me sick to the core. Like here in Germany, even on TikTok, the entire time, like a small child gets beaten to death, like unalive by police and shit, and the commentary sections, like people applauding and stuff because it's a person of color, yeah. But a person like Charlie Kirk all of the sudden it's an uproar and shit, like people, oh, that's so wrong, that's so wrong. But shit like that happens on a daily basis to people like with a different skin tone, and no one cares. And even the comments on TikTok, they're fucking outrageous. I get like canceled for just saying the word shit, like my comments like getting blocked and all kinds of stuff. But that racist fucking shit all over the place is like all over fucking TikTok. It's ridiculous. It's making me sick to the stomach. So am I going to shed a tear about Charlie Kirk? No, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't give a fuck, literally. But is it okay what they've done? No, it's not okay. It's definitely not okay to unalive a person, even a Charlie Kirk. But I'm not here to shed a single fucking tear.
Thank you very much. I do want to go to Kay, because Kay has been quiet this whole time.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't know exactly when to pitch in, because I knew that the conversation with Abid was kind of going... I'm sorry, I don't know if I said that correctly. How do you pronounce your name so I can get it correct?
Abid, Ayn, Aleph, Bad, Dal.
Abid. Okay, Abid, my apologies. It was going like completely off course, but not in a way. Personally, I can't shed a tear. And I say that because I recently did a study in school. I'm a political science major, in topic of Charlie. And something we talked about is he incitingly always, and I mean always, use fighting words, and in a legal sense as well, not just in a I'm always right kind of thing. This goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the superiority and how almost in a way Charlie goes knowing that he's going to talk down to people. So it's almost, he brought it onto himself, in no way, shape, or form are any of us really celebrating it. But we're talking about how, like in Covey's defense as well, we aren't celebrating it. We're just kind of stating facts about why this is almost his fault.
Yeah, I think Kylo, you were next, and then Wavy.
Yeah, no, I just came on here because I'm in total agreement with what you guys are saying. Like, I think it's genuinely hard to have like empathy for someone who like whole like political existence is to like eradicate marginalized communities. I think I'm like really disappointed, and a lot of my like favorite political commentators, because like I think there's a big difference between like because like I think if you're like you're white and you're cis, then you don't really feel the same feelings that like people of marginalized communities feel. I think you can care, but like experience is like an entirely different like feeling. And yeah, like I said, I think that, you know, me being a black man, like he says some really hateful things towards my community, and I have like a bunch of trans friends and gay friends, and it really like sickens me to hear him say a lot of the things he says. So I don't really care. I don't have empathy. I won't shed a single tear because, like I said, his whole like political agenda is to like minimize people of marginalized communities. So I just, yeah, that's all I really have to say. Thank you, Covey.
Thank you. I appreciate you for that, for coming up as well. Wavy, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask Abid, what country are you from, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, do you think when the British starved like 3 million Indians, you think that was just natural racism?
It was colonialism.
Do you think colonialism is racism?
It can be a form of racism. It can be routed in racism. But I think that's also part of like the human condition as well.
You think the human condition is to colonize and just mass unalive millions of people?
Unfortunately, historically, yeah.
So you're basically a Zionist.
I'm not a Zionist. I just recognize
How are you not a Zionist?
what it is.
So if you're saying this is the natural order of society, then you're a Zionist.
So we need to fight it. That's the point.
What do you mean? You just said it's the natural order
I'm
of society.
saying that's historically what's happened, so that's why you have to combat it.
Why are you going to combat it if it's natural?
Because some things that happen in history are bad, and you have to condemn because it's the consequences of it. I believe in utilitarianism. You have to look at the greater good.
Okay, Swan, you can go ahead. I see your hands up.
But do you have any like proof of this? Like, is there any like research or any studies out there that prove that this is the natural order of things?
Well, we could look at historically, like, why did the British colonize half the earth?
Because they had a lack of resources. They didn't have anything. They were living in
the
filth.
British had a lack of resources. Are you serious?
Well, why do you think they expanded everywhere else and took other people's things? This is why I'm saying you don't, like, we've researched these things. Hold on, before you interrupt me, because I feel you might. But you've never researched these things. Like, you're just saying things that you've heard other people say, right? And I want to tie that into the actual topic, right? So Charlie Kirk has actively indoctrinated people. Sorry, when I was saying that, Kavio, that was not towards you, that was towards him. I didn't want him to
No, I know.
Okay. But like, he's actively been indoctrinating young people at college campuses, right? Saying things that are so problematic, not only towards Black people, but like towards women, right? Excusing rape, right? He's been pushing patriarchy. He's been pushing things that are harmful to people, things that will unalive people. And there are a lot of people that have taken on this ideology that he's been spewing, right? Patriarchy, racism, all of those things. And he has created an army of white supremacists, Nazis, right? Fascists that are out here saying that he is, in other spaces, saying that he is their Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Like, do you realize, like, the level of harm that this, like, it's not just, like, it's about the things that he said, yes, but he indoctrinated them. And they are now going to go in his honor, quote unquote, and perpetuate this harm and continue to perpetuate this harm. This is a problem.
I don't think the patriarchy is that problematic, to be honest.
Oh, it is. I mean, I don't think that you would understand how problematic it is. You don't understand what you're talking about. You're saying that this is a natural order of things. Yeah. It's not a natural order of things. I'm going to ask you for a resource. A source. Provide a source that substantiates what you're saying.
No, the patriarchy actually benefits women. Because
no, it doesn't. It doesn't benefit women. But hold on. Stop deflecting. Wait, stop pivoting. Provide a source that proves that this is the natural order of things. Find one.
If you look at even early human civilizations, the women were the childbearers and the men went out and hunted.
No, I want you to provide a source that proves that this is the natural order of things. We're not just talking about.
Look at the breakdown of society, of most societies.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking to analyze. We're not talking about looking at breakdown of societies. Do you have a source that proves this?
You should anthropology. You could look at how most societies.
What is anthropology? Can you
majority of how many successful matriarchal
what is anthropology?
exist?
Hold on. What is anthropology?
Study of humans. Right.
In what context?
Their how they develop, their cultures, societies, and study of people, basically.
So what's your source within the world of anthropology? What's your source?
Well, I mean, if you look at how many successful matriarchies existed versus patriarchies, like the
Where did they exist? Where did they exist?
In Africa, there's a couple of them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about matriarchy. Let's stick to racism.
Yeah. So can you please explain give us a source that proves that?
See, the problem with these
No. Wait, you said that this is a natural order. I'm asking. You said racism. This is a natural order. I'm asking you to provide a source that substantiates your claim that you made.
Listen, this is what God wants. God. Loves the
Whoa.
Actually,
I'm gonna tell you what your source is. Your source is Romantis Pontifex, and your source is Doom de Versailles, right? Pope Nicholas V. Hold on, wait. Let me finish real quick. Let me finish. I'm about to school you on what you just said. I'm gonna explain to you how you're proving us right. Romantis Pontifex and Doom de Versailles were the papal bulls that were put out by the Catholic Church, right? Pope Nicholas V literally gave permission and justification, right, to Spain, Portugal, and European countries to enslave African people. The reason why you believe this is because you've been indoctrinated. You are and this is why you can't fathom what it is that we're explaining to you. You're not going to be able to because you've been indoctrinated, right? You're incapable of comprehending what we're saying to you. This is why you're struggling with providing a source. There is no source. This is not a natural order of things. We're talking about racism. We're talking about a structure that was created to uphold whiteness, right? To afford white people globally privileges through the exploitation of people that are not white. And you're not going to be able to comprehend a word of what we're saying because you've been indoctrinated and you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the reality is men laid the bricks for most of the industrialized world. Women do not do the trades. This is a fact.
Comprehend what I
Men
said. Yeah, you're
are
not going to understand. You're just going to prove the point even more. Go
No,
ahead.
this is a fact. Men laid the bricks that
Well,
built
so
society.
then find me the source that shows that this is a fact.
Look, compare
Stop,
like the
stop,
women in-
stop going to patriarchy. I want you to stick to racism. You just said God wants racism to exist.
No, I said the patriarchy, not.
We're
racism.
talking about
No, no.
racism.
No, we're talking about racism, and you said that was a natural order.
I was talking about the patriarchy.
This is Joe Rogan level of debating.
Hold on. The patriarchy is also not the natural order of things. But let's focus on fucking racism, okay? Let's focus on racism. You tried to say it's the natural order of things. You tried to say racism is the natural order of things.
No, I say it's historically how it's happened. But,
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't. Like, if historically that's how it happened, people would have, like, enslaved people based on race. But race doesn't historically exist like it does today.
Can you give us an example of
So can
historical racism?
No,
Yeah,
slavery. If you look at like how old is slavery?
That's just
When
400 years. That's
when
not
countries
historical.
colonize each other, they take the
is a new
captives of
invention.
war.
Wait, hold on 1 second.
The Romans
Do you
did
think it's a natural order for black people to be at the bottom of the racial hierarchy?
No.
Okay,
But
then
I
stop
can't-
fucking saying that. Stop saying that. Stop saying that then.
I don't think
Stop saying
black
it's a
people is the
natural.
bottom.
Stop saying it's a natural order then. So my
Why are you
question
jumping
is,
to black?
what my question is, if you're outraged by Zionism because of the harm that it's causing, why are you not outraged by racism instead of saying that Zionism also is a natural order?
And there's plenty of black people that were complicit. And look at the Kingdom of Dahomey. Look at how many people that they helped
Oh my god.
in the transatlantic slave trade. Like,
Oh
what are
my
you talking about?
You don't know.
Look up the Kingdom of Dahomey.
Oh
What did
my
they do?
god.
Wait, that you don't know anything about
Wait,
that.
Covey, have you
Yeah,
ever
tell
seen
me about why
Wait,
Dahomey
hold
did what
on,
it did.
Covey. Have you ever seen a bill of sale showing proof that African people sold their own people? Because there was meticulous documentation that was kept, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So find
Yeah,
us a bill of sale then.
Oh, you're saying King of Dahomey, they didn't help the Europeans get the
What did they
slaves
do?
around?
What did they do?
Yeah, they
How did that
kidnapped
happen?
other West
How
African
did that
tribes
happen?
and sold them.
What
and
did
got
they
them on
do
the
beforehand? What did they do beforehand? Huh?
They were, I know they were slaving people. They-
Oh my
that's how they
goodness
made their
gracious!
money.
No, the Portuguese were forcing them to do that, and they were blocking like many ports of entry for them to be able to do anything else. They
Doesn't change
forced
the fact
them to
that
do that.
They profited off it and they were complicit in it and they enjoyed it.
No,
when did
but the
when did the
context.
kingdom of Dahomey emerge? And
I
how long did it last?
don't know the exact numbers. But if
Do you know?
ask
Do you know how long it lasted? Do you know when it ended?
Recently, I mean, I know
What
the
is
name
recently?
changed.
What is recently?
I think the name changed in like the 20th century, right?
No. I'm saying when did it
The
collapse?
Benin.
When did it collapse?
I don't have the exact number off the top of my head.
Who is the name of the king who wants to shift the exports to palm oil?
I don't have that name off the top of my head.
Do you know what the name starts with?
I'm saying I don't know.
Okay, so the basic thing is you don't know the basic things about the Dahomey Empire, or what they were doing, or I don't know anything about it. You probably just like watched like one Ben Shabibo or Charlie Kirk video on the film Woman King, where they were heavily focusing on that film, saying, "Oh, this movie is not heroic. These people are trying to blackwash history of the Dahomey Empire." And then now you think you're an expert enough to bring it up in a debate when you said that racism was a natural order. So you're literally trying to justify your horrendous words by saying, well, you know, Ben Shabibo one day told me that like Woman King and the Dahomey was just like, we're evil. Like, do you understand how dumb you sound, Abid?
No, I'm making actually a good point here. You're just getting.
You're not making any good points at all. Because the whole system that was in place, okay? The whole system that was in place benefited Western Europeans predominantly because some of these slave-selling families literally were enslaved themselves, right? And second of all, there were some people who might have engaged in it, like, for example, Queen Nzinga of Matamba and Dongo, but then when they realized that the slave system that existed within the US and within the Americas were completely different, vastly different than the slave system that existed within West Africa, which were more akin to indentured servitude, they actually went and created their own refuge for specifically enslaved people, right? And some people went against it and they ended up getting beheaded or unalived, but you don't mention those people. Why? Because you want to say it's black on black crime. What is another way that me, Abid, as an Indian man, can demonize black people more? By saying, actually, they did this shit to themselves. Because Abid, if you want to play that game, I can Google the names of all the Indian people who collaborated with the British. But you wouldn't like it if I told you it was Indians who caused their own colonialism, right? You wouldn't like it, Abid, if I told you the names of Indian people in India who actively sold their own people out and collaborated with the British. And if I told you, for that reason, Indians brought colonialism onto themselves. You wouldn't like that, but you do that to black people. That's crazy.
That's
crazy. That's crazy. Because no, I'm not reaching at all. You know why? There were some Jewish people who were generals within the Yahtzee party. Doesn't fucking mean that I'm going to sit here and say Jewish people did it to other Jewish people. No, because we know that the overall system dehumanized all marginalized people. So you know what? Let me go through all the Indian people, Abid, specifically just
Do you want to play that game? I could
who
say there's
specifically collaborated. No, you started that game, Pookie.
I could say there's many
You started that game, Pookie.
Italian.
What did you say?
There's plenty of Eritreans that are proud to speak Italian. I know this. My wife's Eritrean.
Your wife is not Eritrean. Stop lying.
Wallahi, she's Eritrean. She's Jaberti. But anyways, I could tell you right now, there's plenty of like her grandparents, where they're all speaking Italian. Oh, I guess they're colonized, right?
You're speaking English. I guess you're proud of what the British did to your people then. Abid, if you want to play that game.
The fuck was that?
Abid, if you want to play that game, you're an Indian man who is speaking English. Do you think it would be fair for me to say that you were proud of what the British did just because you speak English as a British man, as an Indian man?
Athena, I just want to back you up. I know I'm here technically as an aunt, but I just want to back you up on that. And for example, there were plenty of queer people in the Nazi Party prior to World War II who Hitler killed himself. So.
Oh, say Hitler, please. Don't say the H name.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Continue, though.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to back you up on that. That was frustrating, even as a white person, to listen to. So I'm sorry about that.
No problem. No, I think it's disgusting. I think it's genuinely disgusting that people are going to blame just because a couple sellouts existed, or you don't even know, like, why those people did those things. Maybe they were coerced into doing it. Maybe they wanted to survive and that's why they're doing it. But just because they did it, it doesn't mean that those people brought that onto themselves. That's a disgusting thing and a dehumanizing thing to say.
That's true.
And also at the same time, like, it's just a fundamental like misunderstanding of, I don't know. Human beings just want to survive. And you don't know, if you were put into that situation, you don't know what you would do in order to try to survive a system that is literally rooted in your dehumanization and unaliving. Like, and just because, let's say, for example, like just because you survive and you participate in that system does not mean that you largely, in the grand scheme of things, benefit from that system that is rooted in your active dehumanization.
They always bring up the Dahomey Kingdom, which they probably just read on a Reddit post about it. And then they thought, like, oh, I can just use this as a way to get them. Like, I got him.
Yeah.
You know?
Kobe, I just wanted to say, I appreciate you having me up. And I just want to say one last thing before I drop.
Of course.
To all my people, all my brothers and sisters of marginalized communities, it's okay to not feel empathy today. Like there's somebody that died, and that, you know, that's sad, of course, but this person also wanted so many people to suffer. Like, he said so many hateful things through and through, and you know, just keep your heads up and, you know, fight the good fight. So I appreciate you guys for having me up. I'm gonna drop down now.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, Dale, you've been waiting for this whole time, so let's go to you.
Oh, you're fine. I just kind of want to piggyback off what Kylo said. I hated Charlie Kirk. He was a despicable human being. But I feel like it's very important at this time to denounce all gun violence. And I genuinely feel for his wife and children. They had no involvement with where he stood in the public eye, and they lost their husband and father today.
Dale, to clarify, I don't know if you were here this whole time. I said I don't justify it, by the way, right?
Oh,
so
no.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify. This is not... Yeah. So this is not me, like, justifying anything or encouraging anything, right? I'm not sitting here saying encouraging people to go unalive everybody else, right? This is me just saying I feel indifferent specifically to him being unalived. I'm not going to sit here and cry over him. I feel bad that his children, like, I feel sorry for his children because if I'm not mistaken, they were there at the event and they witnessed it all, right? Though, like, the kids I feel bad for 100%.
When
but I'm not going to
read,
sit here and cry for him.
Right. And I completely understand that. Like I said, like, he was a POS and, you know, but like from the moment that I read that his wife and kids were there, like, it just was absolutely gut wrenching. And, you know, I appreciate you letting me up to basically use your platform to publicly say that pew pew violence needs to end, and any and all political violence in any way, shape, or form should not happen. And yeah, I just wanted to get up here and say that. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Dale, for coming up. There was a school pew pewing today, by the way, that nobody's talking about. It's like three teens in Denver who are in critical condition currently. So I guess their lives are not grievable. But yeah, I do want to go to Hall. Hall, you've been waiting here the longest, and then Period, and then Rainy, and then Ibn.
Hey, yeah, I'm Hal. First of all, I just want to say that I am a big fan of yours, and I watch a lot of your lives, and I think I had an initial gut reaction that I want to apologize for, and it was anger and frustration that this event is just driving the country even further apart. But upon listening to your live a little bit more and hearing some more feedback, I'm hearing that our country is already extremely divided, and for good reason, because the division is like clearly about ethics and morals, and it's so yeah, I think I was frustrated because I read this at first, and I saw your post and the subject of it, and I thought, I was like, crap, like, people are going to use this kind of response as leverage against us who are trying to literally just fight a good fight and like defend. I'm part of like the queer community and stuff. I am white. But anyway, I think I was frustrated and scared. And so I mainly just wanted to come up here and apologize for my initial gut reaction. So yeah, that's where I'll leave it.
Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. If anybody wants to respond to that, you can, but if not, yeah.
Can I just ask? Oh wait, no. Well, I guess I think for me, I usually say, because I hear a lot of people say that, and I don't necessarily think that they're
they have like any negative intention, but I don't think that these issues are about division. I think that these issues are about exclusion. And when I say exclusion, I mean people who purposely uphold the structure that is harming people who are not white globally. She's American, so for people in America, like, let's look at the response to the civil rights movement. You had Black people fighting to be created or to be treated as human beings, and the response was to unalive us, to kick us out of the country, and to put us on FBI watch lists. This is not about division. This is about exclusion, and it's intentional exclusion. So I just wanted to say that I think people have to maybe shift their understanding of it and see it from that perspective, if that makes sense.
Period. It's your turn. We can't hear you if you're speaking, period.
Sorry, is it working now?
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. Thank you for having me up. I just want to say I agree with you, whereas I'm having a hard time shedding any sort of tears for Charlie Kirk because I felt had a negative feeling towards him. One of the last things he was talking about is how he was trying to blame trans people for pew-pews for shootings. And I'm trans, so I've always had a repulsion towards the types of things he said. And somebody earlier said it's not violence, like racism isn't violence. It's all violence because it dehumanizes us and it makes people feel more okay with harming people in marginalized communities. And I think I feel heartbroken for his kids and for his wife because they didn't deserve to see that. I also am fearful of what this might do to people as far as, if they were on the edge, if they were there for their mother, if they were really young and they were there with a family member. I'm afraid this might tip them over the edge to like villainizing the left, thinking that we're all okay with this, because I'm not okay with it. I wouldn't have done it, but I'm having a hard time feeling, grief for him.
Can I comment on something you just said? I think it's funny that you said words are violence when that's not true. Violence is violence, as we clearly see here. Some guy who's trying to use his words gets literally sniped in the jugular. like that is violence, okay? What he was doing was not violence. It's very clear to me, and it should be to you too.
Well, obviously what happened was violence. Gun violence is violence, but what I'm saying is that words can incite violence and they can dehumanize people to make other people feel more okay with physically harming them. That's what I mean by...
There's been violence because of Charlie Kirk's actions.
Right.
Yeah, and there's been violence because of the left's rhetoric around Trump. I mean,
been violence because of the right's rhetoric around Trump.
I mean, if you want
right, and it's no one's fault.
Wait. Hold on. That cannot even be compared because there's much more right-wing violence than there is left-wing. If you look at the domestic homeland, if you look at hold on, I don't know why you're over talking me, the host. I literally let you barge into the live, like literally, when it wasn't even your turn. It was supposed to be Rainy's turn. The audacity to me is crazy, right? So there is something called, have you ever heard of stochastic terrorism? Have you ever heard of that phrase? I don't know if people have heard of that phrase.
We were having a conversation that you muted me so I couldn't talk. So
I muted you because you over-talked me. Yeah. So that's like a term specifically that is applicable or applied to inflammatory and vilifying public rhetoric by influential figures, right? So if public or influential people are using their social media or mass media or social channels to reproduce inflammatory and vilifying public rhetoric, that is referred to as stochastic terrorism because it could statistically increase the likelihood that a random individual who listens to them will end up committing an act of T or a hate crime against a targeted group or person that they are actively demonizing. There have been instances, there is a reason as to why people, especially Homeland Security, said that homegrown terrorism by white men is the most dangerous thing within the US right now, because they are actively being radicalized on all forms of social media, being told that there is an active war against them, existential threat against them, which is precisely why you see them going in churches, you see them going into schools, you see them going into supermarkets, unaliving minorities. Literally, just the other day in Norway, there was a young white man who unalived a 33-year-old black woman, a social worker at her job, and his response to that was, I want to strike fear in the hearts of minorities. That's literally what he said.
Okay, so that's an anecdote. Like, I mean, we could go out through anecdotes all day. There was just a woman who was got stabbed on the bus. You know, how many times was Trump? Was there assassination attempt against Trump versus Biden? You know, it's funny because, and also just like in my day-to-day life, like whenever I talk to people on the left, they're so vitriolic and so hateful and spiteful, yet they say they are the party of empathy, they're the party of compassion, yet I've heard so many people, like the most peace-loving, friendly people in the world, as saying that we should unalive Donald Trump, and that they themselves would pew him in the head. And it's like crazy.
So nobody here is encouraging that. Hold on one second, calm down, chill. You're being dramatic. Nobody here is encouraging that, right? But what I just mentioned was on an anecdote, by the way. There are multiple annual assessments that were done by the Department of Homeland Security, and within those reports, they said that white tea supremacy, specifically violence from white tea supremacists, was the most dangerous thing within the US, and it was lethal. So this is not based on anecdotes. This is based on facts. According to the
just
Department,
go through the FBI statistics too.
Yeah, let's go through the FBI statistics. What do you want to go through?
Yeah, we can look at the rates in which BLK men commit violent crime.
Which one? Which FBI table?
I don't have it in front of me.
Which table? Did you not read it yourself?
No, I did read it. I read it a while ago. I'm not. I love your attempt for gotcha
does that
questions
table?
right now.
No, I'm addressing it. Does that table talk about arrests, or does it talk about convictions?
I think it's arrests. Yeah.
Does arrest equal convictions?
No, but
so if a person is arrested once, if a person is arrested once and they're found innocent, they're released without a conviction.
Why do they keep
if
getting
a person
arrested?
gets arrested, if a person gets arrested once, stick to the topic. I know you're having a hard time, right, engaging with the point that you brought up. If a person gets arrested, like let's say twice or 3 times, but they get found innocent and they get released, would they still be categorized as 3 arrests on that table?
I mean, I guess let's look at conviction rates. You want to look at conviction?
No. Let's stick to it point by point, Pookie. Okay, point by point. If a person gets arrested 3 times and gets found innocent and released, are they still categorized under that table?
So, homicide victim rates are, as according to
Can you answer that question?
are at 21.3 per.
Can you answer that question? Hey, can you answer that
per 100,000?
I don't think you know who I am. Don't pivot. No, answer that question. If a person is arrested 3 times and then gets released 3 times because they're found innocent, are they still categorized under that table?
No, I don't think arrests are the equivalent of conviction rates. But when we look at the
answer that
rates,
question. Are they still categorized under that table?
No,
they are. They are, because the tables of arrests. That table's of arrests.
Okay.
You know why? You know why I know it's of arrests? Because literally at the top of the table it says arrests. And also, police departments? Hold on, one more question. Do all police departments send their information and data to the FBI? Do all police departments participate basically in the FBI data collection?
Can you just get to your point instead of
I'm asking your point. I'm dissecting it. No, because you're a dumbass who mindlessly tried to regurgitate 1350 rhetoric on my live, not thinking that you would be confronted with a person who actually knows something about 1350. So answer the question, Pookie. Again, what are the participation rates when it comes to the FBI data collection? Do all police departments participate?
So homicide victim rates were
do all police departments participate? Can you answer my question?
It was higher for blacks. 21.
Hey, Pookie, answer my question.
I love how you can't.
You're not going to dominate. You're not going to dominate my own fucking live with your disgusting racist rhetoric.
You're just
because you're not answering. You're not answering the. No, you're not answering the question. Answer the damn question.
Your 100th gotcha question.
Can you answer the question? Do all police departments participate in the FBI data collection?
I don't care. Okay, what about
Wait, you don't care? I thought, didn't you bring it up yourself? Did you bring it up yourself?
You're not addressing what I'm saying.
I'm addressing every single thing that you were saying.
Why is it 21.3?
You're not going to deflect from the fact that you brought up a point and then you're running like a little bitch because you know you are wrong.
You're the bitch. You're not answering my question.
You're literally, hold on. You're literally running from the point that you brought up. You brought up these 1350 stats, but you cannot even back them up. I asked you a simple question. Do all police departments participate in the FBI data collection?
I love how I go to make a point and you mute me. Who's the bitch?
Because you keep over-talking me.
No, I keep trying to prove you wrong.
No. You're not proving me wrong because you don't know what you're talking about. I asked you a question. Do all police departments? Do all police departments?
You should shoot me in the neck.
You're a disgusting pig. I never encouraged the unaliving of people.
You can't handle a debate, so you should just shoot me.
Shut the fuck up, bro. I am sick and tired of bigoted, bitches like you. I am so sorry. I am sick and tired of bigoted, whiny-ass racists like yourself who try to victimize themselves. You are so dramatic. I challenged you a little bit, and you broke and cracked. Go punch a wall, because that's what you you can do best, probably. Racists like you. Your walls probably look like Swiss cheese because of how much you punch your wall. If you're going to bring up a stat, then be willing to actually sit there and try to substantiate your claims and be okay with being challenged. If you cannot be challenged, and you're whining and moaning and trying to dominate my live, then get the F off my panel. Anyways, Rainey, let's get to you. You've been quiet this whole time.
Speaking of.
Firstly, I just want to say, damn girl. I work in research and I don't think I could have smacked him down that well. But before I get to why I originally came up here, just to quickly state, the simplified version that he was trying to get to, he's still wrong. Where black people, by population percentage, are nowhere near committing the same amount of crime in general as white people. And then he was, of course, going to try to bring up the black on black crime that is also statistically proven untrue. So, no, I wanted to come up here because so much of your ops positions are based solely on the fact that they can't exist within the concept of duality. Like, it's such a one or the other way of thinking, and if it's not one, then it must be the other, when you're literally saying the exact opposite, where both can be true. You can both not care about what happened to Charlie Kirk in the sense of that he's no longer with us, but you also care about what caused it, because that's terrifying for the rest of us. And that's exactly the opposite of what we've been fighting for, when 100% of mass pew-pewers have been Republicans. And, you know, we had 2 Democratic reps pew-pewed who by a Republican. All three of Trump's assassination attempts were done by Republicans. And like, and afterwards, every single time, our response has been, nobody deserves this. We need gun control and reform to protect everyone. And then after this, they're saying that we incited it because when, on one hand, the oppressed is refusing to mourn their oppressor, they take that as celebration. When there's, like, that duality doesn't exist. You can both condemn the behavior or the action and not give a shit about who it happened to. As someone who was in a pew-pewing, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. But I'm also not going to care in the least about the person it happens to. So, anyways, sorry, that was long-winded, more than I intended, but...
No problem. No problem. No, thank you very much. Can I just clarify two things? Number one, what I'm doing with this prompt is not to encourage it, not to celebrate it. I'm addressing the hypocrisy. Because I don't, like, you literally see people get blown up on your screen on a daily basis. There are people being enslaved currently in Libya, black people. There are people being genocided in Sudan and being starved to death. But I don't see this level of outrage, this level of emotions for black and brown people who are being unalived. I did not see this amount of empathy for Sonia Massey. There were people, some people were trying to justify it. Some people were like, oh, this is unfortunate, this is sad. When this was a black woman who was unalived in her own kitchen, I didn't see this amount of empathy. So my question here is, right, why does this man receive this much empathy in comparison to black and brown or poor people? That's what I am addressing. I did not say that this man should have been unalived. I did not say I encourage it. I'm against it 100%. I'm against gun pew pew violence, right? I'm not encouraging it at all. What I'm saying is every single time people sit here and mourn the unaliving of, let's say, a Charlie Kirk or a person who looks like him, but are indifferent when it comes to the unaliving of black and brown people or poor people, you are declaring without words that some lives are worthy of mourning while ours are deemed ungrievable. So my question is, don't you think that is violent within itself? To say that some lives are not grievable, that the humanity of some people can be denied, but then the humanity of other people who are actively upholding that denial of humanity, that those lives, that person, they should have their humanity acknowledged. That's the issue that I have. Why should me as a woman, right, whose people are literally perishing in mass in silence, that their blood is soaking the earth with no headlines, with no tears, with no remembrance, as if their lives, my people's lives, were worth less than the dust that covers their graves. And a person like Charlie Kirk continues to encourage that type of dehumanization of my people and people who look like me. That I should sit here and cry for a person who wants me dead. That is the issue that I have.
Yeah, 100%. So, thanks for pulling me up.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you for coming up, Rainy. I don't know who was next. Was it Ibn or Cup? I think Ibn was first. By the way, while we're at it, Hawan is an Eritrean woman who was stuck in Libya. Naima is a Palestinian woman in Gaza. So if y'all can just gift these two women, that would be amazing. Ibn and then Cup.
I wanted to ask you a question, Covey. I don't really want to give my opinion on Charlie Kirk's passing because I don't really think it's going to be productive, in my opinion. But do you think leftist activists will tone down their rhetoric after this, or will the polarization only intensify after this? My question was if she, if she thought leftist thought leftist. Do you think leftist activists will tone down their rhetoric after this, or will the polarization only intensify?
Wait, what rhetoric being toned down? I'm confused.
Pretty much like. Sorry, hold on. Let me change my mic.
Can anyone hear me, by the way?
No.
Okay, good. I don't.
What the hell?
I think the right needs to tone it down. In my opinion, I think the right is actively causing the polarization, and not necessarily the left. I think when people are like normalizing fascistic rhetoric, I think that is the issue, and not necessarily like I think like a person talking about, let's say for example, me saying why is there a double standards with regards to humanizing certain people. That is not me causing polarization. I think the people who are sitting here dehumanizing whole groups of people, those are the people who are causing the polarization and normalization of this type of violent rhetoric.
Yeah, I guess what I meant by my question was, do you think by Kirk's passing, do you think things will now cool down? Like, for example, do you think like less extreme rhetoric will not be pushed or not be voiced that much, or do you think this is just going to cause more hostility or violence?
I think it's going to be worse, in my opinion. Like, I personally think it's going to 100% be much worse. I think it's going to be not on the left, but also on the right. I think like the fascists are going to actively be even more fascistic than they are. I think they're going to use this to crack down on everybody, crack down on people's rights. I think this will definitely be worse. It's going to be much worse. Especially a person like Trump is going to use this as an excuse to literally crack down on anybody who is not a right-wing white person.
Yeah. Just to clarify, I lean more towards the left also. I used to be right-wing, but I left the right-wing long ago. What I will say, all the outrage on Charlie Kirk's passing, for me, it's just, I think, I don't know if anyone else here, I expected it at this point, the rhetoric that he pushed, especially, with his appalling rhetoric about minorities such as, people of color, particularly towards the Black community and the, even towards other minorities like the trans community and Muslims, and not saying what happened to him was right at all, but I feel like I think it was just about time that this was going to happen. Unfortunate, truly. I don't think anyone deserves a passing like that. But yeah, I think it was just, I think everyone saw it coming eventually. Yeah, that's all I wanted to add. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you, Evan. Appreciate you. Let's go to Cup and then Oxford.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so just circling back to the Charlie Kirk thing, I think, like, I feel absolutely terrible for his family and for him. Like, no matter who you are, unless you're obviously have done abhorrent things, I don't believe that you should be harmed in any way, shape, or form. But the thing is, with his unaliving, the amount of people that are celebrating it and are clapping for it is making the left look worse. And I think this is why the Democrat Party and just the left in general is starting to lose more followers, because of how many people are just starting to call for the deaths of people on the right. And I'm on the left right now. I would call myself a liberal.
I'm on the tick. Sorry, hold on.
Does anybody want to respond to that?
I'm trying to understand, how is the left being problematic when the left is saying that humans deserve to live?
I'm not saying the left on its own. I'd say the right has a lot more terrible rhetoric than the left. Like,
what's terrible about the left's rhetoric?
So just not the left in of itself, like not just the Democrat Party. I mean, sure, they have.
I don't think Democrats are leftists. In my personal opinion, they are okay with fascism too, but that's a conversation for another day. But I guess, what are you hearing that's problematic, whether it's Dems or the left? What are you hearing?
So just overall, I just hear a lot of people that are calling for the death of Charlie Kirk, or the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, and it's just like a lot of people see this, people that are more moderate, people leaning left or right, and they'll see that and they'll be like, why are they doing this? And because of more like propaganda, it's pushed more. People on the left, their messages with the negative messages are pushed more than negative messages on the right.
I think if you're hearing that from specific people, ask them, because that's not the message that's being pushed here. I don't think that Kavi has said at all that she's happy that he's unalived. I think she's made it very clear that she's indifferent to it. But the thing that I'm trying to understand is that how someone who claims to be on the left is not able to comprehend why many of those people would be upset. I think the issue, and one thing that you fail to realize is a point that I had brought up earlier, is that the fact that he indoctrinated, he traveled the country. He was like a Timu version of the Austrian painter, traveled the country to literally put together a group of fascists that excuse rape, that perpetuate racism and white supremacy, that are transphobic, that are homophobic, and that are ableist as well. I'm trying to understand why you're having a hard time, even if you disagree with them, at least comprehending the fact that we still have to deal with the fallout of this. I mean, I posted a live today, and I had Schnazis coming up to my panel, person after person saying the N-word, saying the F slur, saying the R slur. I'm trying to understand why you're not comprehending that people are upset because their lives are being impacted negatively, and have been impacted negatively, and will continue to be impacted negatively because of the rhetoric that he indoctrinated people with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't not comprehend that. I understand why people hate Charlie Kirk. I mean, I really hate Charlie Kirk. I think, I mean, I hosted a live a long time ago, and I had people come up and, say slurs like that. Never to me, but to people on my panel. I mean, I understand why you're confused that I'm trying to figure out a good way to say this, but it's just, I feel that when someone on the left does something bad, right? Says something that is very abhorrent or immoral, it's just pushed more than if someone on the right.
What specifically do you name something specific that they're saying that's abhorrent or immoral?
So people, I mean, this is a very, very anecdotal experience, but I mean, I saw comments on some TikTok videos saying that they wish that he had been shot more and that he had suffered and like more
TikTok trendy language, please.
that he had been, you know, like pew-pewed more and that he had been really, really harmed and like way more than he already was. And
That didn't happen though.
Yeah, and I mean, what?
That didn't.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Like, why are you
let him
associating?
finish and then let him finish and then you can ask a question.
All right.
Yeah, and I mean, it just a lot of lives now hosted by people that are on the right are just now focused on a lot of the people on the left that are excited or happy about his unalivement, and that's just pushing more people are seeing those lives now, saying, "Oh, people are really calling for this person's death just because he disagrees with them, and because he has perpetuated forms of harm." Not like. They'll see that and they'll be more moderate, and then they'll lean more towards the right. They'll spiral more into more right-wing chambers.
I think they're going to continue to do that because of his rhetoric, but go ahead, Beard.
His rhetoric, yeah.
I was just gonna say, why are you like you see a couple tweets and you associate it with the entire left? Like we don't. All of us have sat up here and said we don't condone violence, and we're not celebrating it. So you know what I mean? Like that's not the overall take on it. At least in my opinion, I don't think it's fair for you to just say those couple of tweets represent everybody on the left. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm not trying to generalize everybody on the left. If my statements, you know, did lead to you assuming that I was generalizing all people on the left, I'm just saying a fair amount of people on the left are pretty happy that Kirk is unalived, and I know no one up on this panel has ever said that they're happy that he's unalived, but that's what I was just saying.
You could respond, Beard, if you wanted to say something else.
I just think that, I don't know, I think unfortunately we have a lot of trolling on the internet, and I'm not trying to excuse it. I don't think it's okay, but I think that if you got a good consensus of how people feel and what would say to your face, not behind a screen, I really don't think that majority or even close to majority of the left would say that they think that he should have had this happen to him or deserved it. You know, so I don't know. I've seen a couple things online too, but from the vast majority of like public figures, I haven't seen a single public figure say that he deserved it.
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen small instances of people saying that he did deserve it, and that there are people in the chat right now that have said he deserved it. I mean, if you just read some of the chat.
They've been clear about why, though, but I think if it would be best for you to maybe just have that discussion with them. People are going to feel differently about it. I saw a live where conservatives were saying that he was their Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. would never say or stand for the things that he said. Are you going to confront them? Are you going to talk about like the fact that you think that the right, or you're concerned for the right concerns me? Like, are you low key like in like actually on the right? Because it's not giving you on the left. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not concerned for the right. I hope the right like dies out, but I'm just saying this could be.
Wait, see, you just said something yourself. What'd you say? Well, you got to say unalive, but did you not just say you hope the right unalives out?
I mean, like the whole ideology, not people on the right.
And I would argue that a lot of the leftists that are upset right now probably feel the same way. But again, like, why is your concern there when we have to like realize that we are going to have to deal with the real life fallout of the people that he indoctrinated, the people that are hosting live saying that he was their Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt? Who the fuck has said that?
Who said what?
Who said that Charlie Kirk was like Martin Luther King?
Oh, conservative. It was a conservative live. They were saying that he was their doctor.
One live or multiple lives?
Just one. It was just one.
All right, so that's just one person, bro.
Who are you addressing me?
I'm addressing you because that's a stupid take.
Well, the point that I'm making though is people said that, right, in a live, and they were all agreeing with each other, right? But that's the point that I'm trying to make though, right? First of all, he's not like that. Like, we know that he's not like that. But I'm saying people are going to say things online. That's what I'm saying.
Right, it's the internet. What you mean? What's your point?
Yeah, that's what I'm explaining to Cup.
I think both of you are fucking idiots. I'll be real.
Well, I think you're very disrespectful, and there's no need for you to address anybody like that. You seem quite triggered. Are you okay?
I'm chilling. I'm playing the finals.
Okay, so what's the problem?
You know what Charlie Kirk said about MLK?
No, I don't really care. I feel like you got a weird for celebrating a man's death.
Wait, hold on. What you're not gonna do is you're not gonna come here and apply or project that onto me. Okay? I've literally on multiple times said I'm not celebrating anything. Me saying I'm indifferent to it, you're not gonna fucking gaslight me into crying for a guy who wants me dead. Who doesn't even see me as human. No, I'm not gonna cry. I'm indifferent. I'm not gonna celebrate it, but I'm also indifferent. And what you're not gonna do, emo, PY Jamaz, is you're not gonna come here and try to gaslight everybody. Exactly. Emo, PY Jamaz.
Yeah, I'm emo, so what, bet?
I used to be emo too. I don't know what you're talking about.
So why are you so angry?
I'm not angry at all. What I'm saying is
You just
I'm not
crashed
gonna,
out on me, bro.
I did not crash
Emo
out at all.
PG means BY.
Okay. What I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna allow you to gaslight us into, or me specifically, into trying to cry for a man who dehumanized my existence. Okay? This man said, and I quote, "Who was MLK? A myth has been created and it has grown totally out of control. While he was alive, most people disliked him, yet today he's the most honored, worshipped, even deified person of the 20th century. Today we're gonna tell the truth and explain how this myth was born. Happy Monday." That was Charlie Kirk on MLK Day. Isn't that crazy? He also disrespected MLK. Let's see what Charlie Kirk said about black women. Because, y'all clearly are trying to shame people into crying for him, right? So let's see what Charlie Kirk has said about black women. Hold on. Wait, where's the video? Give me a second. I have the video here.
Hey, Kavi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I also wanted to highlight what another guest said much earlier, where he conflated an attack by a black person on the bus with the left, which is completely ridiculous in my opinion, because what does that isolated attack by a black person going through a mental episode have to do with the left? I think this conflation for black people with the left is particularly to justify their hatred of black people, because when they say the left and associate the left with black people, it's to justify their hatred for black people, saying that they hate the left, but the left they're talking about includes black people. He also brought up crime statistics. Either they are false or true, that doesn't matter. But his conflation of black people with the left, I think, is very important to highlight as to where the right is at this moment.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you 100%. Let me play what Charlie Kirk thinks about black women, right? Let's hear this.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get it on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like, oh, of course, that's why we need affirmative action, because you have impressed us with your brilliance. Of course. Oh no, imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson. They think this is persuasive. They think as they kind of now reveal that I'm only here because of anti-white, anti-Asian forced discrimination policies that turn me into a bitter, resentful activist that hates white people, honestly, through our pop.
Why did Cup drop? Why did Cup drop? Is this not your king? Is this not the person you were defending? Why did you drop Cup? I'm sorry. Was that not your king? Again, let me say it again, right? I don't know how many times I said this. I don't justify it. I'm not pro pew pew violence, okay? I'm not celebrating it, but I'm fucking indifferent to it. Oh, Kim, it's like what's called. I'm indifferent to it. You will not sit me. You will not have me sit here crying for a man who said this type of shit, dehumanizing shit. And if y'all see like a black person or like a marginalized person in general also feeling that way, I think it's disgusting for you guys to virtue signal and shame them into crying for a person who wouldn't have even wanted them alive. But Dan, you were here first, and then Kim.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I oh God, what a crazy day. No, I absolutely agree in many ways. I think that, so answering to your prompt, the obvious answer is white supremacy, colonialism, imperialism, and anti-blackness around the world. It's a very obvious answer. I don't need to go into more depth on that, because if anybody who studied this or understands this, they'll know that this is why, that even to this day, American culture has conditions everybody to see people as, let's say, not good, as Charlie Kirk, still receive mournful praise after, let's be frank and honest, he created this world. The thing about Charlie Kirk's unalivement is that it was unalived in a world that he created, a world that ever since he was a young conservative, that he really ramped up the rhetoric on the right, especially during YouTube. He helped create the alt-right in many ways. He helped create MAGA in this anti-black, anti-LGBTQ+, anti-immigrant, anti-Palestinian world that we live in, in the right as well. So I'm conflicted in many ways, because like I hate when people aren't alive. I just do. But so much of me is like, I just don't feel anything beyond that. Like I generally don't feel anything, because like it's like, dang, it sucks. But I know you mentioned this earlier in the live, Cubby, when I was in here, about, like, but nobody is crying tears in the U.S. Media over Sudan, over the Congo, over Libya, over Gaza, Palestine. I mean, like, so.
Oh, you're muted.
Someone mentioned it. The right is just going to respond with more violence, and that's because that's all they want to do, and this is what they're going to do. And anybody saying that, like, oh, it's the left or the Dems are pointing fingers at somebody else, they did not create that situation. Charlie Kirk created this world, helped create it, and all of its violence, pew-pewness, and he excused the unaliving of children. anybody that does that, I think that he has reaped the consequences of his rhetoric and his choices as a right-wing grifter.
I agree. I did bring up Suha and Muhandesa, by the way. Both of them are also Palestinians in Gaza. So if you guys want to continue gifting Muhandesa and Suha, and Naima, who are Palestinians in Gaza, and Hawan, who is an Eritrean woman in Libya, that would be amazing while we're having this conversation. Let me read more of his tweets. Not only did he ridicule MLK, but also, number one, let's see what he says here. The deaths of women and children in Gaza are the fault of Hamas, not Israel. Just like the deaths in Japan during World War II were the fault of Japan, not America. When a government engages in unprovoked, unaliving aggression, they are to blame for everything that results. Isn't that crazy? What does he say about Ketanji Brown Jackson? Ketanji Brown Jackson is a diversity hire. She's only there because she's a black woman. Crazy. 73% of black babies are born to unmarried mothers. If we're going to fix black poverty in America, we must get fathers back in the home. Black fathers matter. 37% of abortions in America are obtained by black women. If you're pregnant and black in NYC, you're more likely to go to a Planned Parenthood than a hospital to have your baby. 50,000 plus black babies die every year. Where are the riots for their lives? Do they not matter? Until 1970, black women were more likely to be married than white women. Then the welfare state kicked in thanks to LBJ's Great Society. 1965, black single motherhood was 21%. 2018, black single motherhood was 77%. What does it say here? Senator, this isn't complicated. Blacks are less than 13% of the population, yet 2019 FBI data had them at 51% of all unalive arrests. The figure fluctuates year to year, but never that dramatically. Most victims of black unalivers are black. Don't you care about them, Senator? This is the man who you think black people should cry for. I'm confused. I'm so confused. Like, this is the man who you think, like, black people should cry for. Like, I'm sorry. Again, as I just mentioned, you don't have to celebrate it. Of course not. But you also don't have to mourn it and cry over it, bro. What the hell? But, Kim.
Hi, love. How are you?
I'm okay. What about you?
I'm good. I just want to say first, prayers to the students from the Pew Pew this afternoon, to their families, and also free Palestine, free Gaza, free Sudan, and free Congo. Yeah, I don't give a crap about what people feel when it comes to him. I was one of the people that saw that live where they were trying to compare him to MLK. I went down like a rabbit hole going to a couple of conservative lives because I wanted to see what was going on. And like this entire live, they had about 500 people in there. We're sitting there calling him, you know, like their version of MLK. And I'm just sitting there I literally said in the comments, I know you fucking lying. Ain't no way that y'all saying that. But I think people thinking that us saying that like we don't give a fuck or we're not shedding a tear for this man and thinking that means that we're cheering his unalivement just shows how you just don't understand or you just have a narrative that you want to spin, which I'm seeing across like conservative lives anyway, that they're just trying to spin it. They're like, you guys are cheering the unalivement and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, okay. I do think it's funny though, the way that President Trump and everybody is trying to martyr him already. Cause it's weird, you know, The pew pew that happened in Colorado, an hour from where Charlie was, happened a half hour before his, and nobody said nothing, right? Nobody said nothing about it. But the minute something happened to him, the president and all conservatives and stuff like that care. You could say you're gonna block me for, I don't care. And I'm saying that with my chest. If you want to kiss his ass and his memory or whatever the hell, go do that over there. Because there's no way that you can agree with Charlie and be for me and my community and be for who I am and what I feel for this country at all. There's no possible way. So there's no reason for you to be following me. This is crazy that we have children being unalived almost every other week from these mass pew-pews. And it's irony that he would be sitting there talking about mass pew-pews disgustingly and trying to blame trans people when he was getting pew-pewed. That's irony, if ever I've seen. But I'm not going to sit here and shed a tear for a man who, as you have clearly shown, Colby, had no regard for anybody that looked like me or you. None. I would have been on fire standing next to him and he would have walked past me.
His last words were literally, oh, sorry, Kevin.
No, as a matter of fact, this is what he said about empathy, by the way. Just want to make people hear. Because everyone is talking about empathy, right? This is what he said about empathy.
Understand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but...
Let's hear what he said again.
Understand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but...
So he doesn't believe in empathy. But let's hear this as well.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
Let's hear that again.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
It's rational.
His wife should...
Pew-pew unalivings, he said.
His wife should put "it was worth it" on the tombstone. Because apparently we were supposed... He didn't care. He didn't care who was being unalived. He said it's supposed to happen. So I guess you were one of those people that was supposed to happen to.
Mm-hmm. And that's my point, right? This person who says empathy doesn't exist, who demonizes and dehumanizes Black people all the time, who dehumanizes and dehumanizes all marginalized people all the time, right? Who sits there saying the most disgusting ish about people, and yet people expect those marginalized people to to cry for him. I don't know. To me, it's actually sick, in my opinion. Like it's I don't know. It's actually a bit too sick for me. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, if anybody wants to say something, then you can.
His last words on Earth before it happened was literally disparaging Black and brown people. When they were talking about the mass pew-pews, he literally said, "Are we including mass gang violence or something along those lines?" His last thing he said before he was unalive, the last thing he says on Earth was to end how he began, which was to make a living off of disparaging Black and brown people in the world. And like, that's a sense of irony and symmetry that cannot be unmatched. And I had a crazy thought when Sheetal was talking earlier. I'm just waiting for the memes of Jesus with Charlie Kirk's face put on it, like Charlie Kirk was Jesus. I'm just waiting for it. I should laugh; it's absolutely terrible, but like they're literally making him out to be a martyr, that he was Christ sacrificing himself for the sins of the world. Charlie Kirk, the guy who made a living off of talking, who invented talking absolute terrible things about black and brown men and women, LGBTQ plus, and anybody that was not a white Christian. He took Rush Limbaugh's formula and just made it for the modern age. It's absolutely disgusting, but in some case, there's that symmetry of his life.
Hold on, let's listen to the 1 minute video. Hold on. About him talking about empathy.
And so there's some really good polling out of Alaska that shows that Kelly Shabaka is gaining on Lisa Murkowski and is in a very, very good position despite the unconstitutional, immoral, incredibly complicated rank choice voting system. Never should have been approved. It's silly. It's backwards. It's rigged. It's awful. So the new communication strategy for Democrats, now that their polling advantage is collapsing in every single state, it's collapsing in Ohio. It's collapsing even in Arizona. It is now a race where Blake Masters is in striking distance. Kerry Lake is doing very, very well. The new communication strategy is not to do what Bill Clinton used to do, where he would say, I feel your pain. Instead, it is to say, you're actually not in pain. So let's just very short clip. Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time. Here's cut 65.
Sorry. I'm not crying because it's funny. I'm crying because it's ridiculous. This guy is literally flat out saying he hates empathy. He thinks empathy is a made-up term. And people are sitting here expecting folks to cry over him.
I don't get how anybody could listen to his rhetoric and be like, yes, that's an intelligent man right there. He knows what he's talking about. Like, they were interviewing some of the senators, on the right, and they were like, he was the person that was like, our voice out there for the Republican Party. He was the new up and coming person who was going to take this party far. I'm like, what? The man could not even debate adults because he would get cleared. He had to constantly go to colleges to get college students who were inexperienced, who were basically just starting to get into politics, and debate them. He could not hold a debate with grown adults because people would clear him in a minute and check him on everything he had. His tactic was to overtalk someone all the time and talk fast so that people would get fumbled in what they were trying to say, and then he would deflect.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's crazy the way that they are sitting here trying to act like this man was this moral person that was the next best thing for the party. No. The one thing that was that he happened to be young and he spoke to the racists, everybody who was xenophobic, who was racist. He allowed them to be okay. He told young people who were feeling some type of way that it was okay for them to be racist. It was okay for them to be bigots and xenophobic and transphobic. It was okay to do it. That's what he did.
I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah. Kai.
Kai,
So out of pocket.
off. Kai, immediately log off.
Kai is so out of pocket.
Kai don't give a fuck.
No, for real though. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's like at this point, it's like collective gaslighting, in my opinion. I'm not gonna lie, it is collective gaslighting. But yeah, I don't know. Does anybody have any last words? But there are 522 people here. If you have any extra coins that you want to donate, there is a GoFundMe link in the link tree in my bio of a 17-year-old Eritrean kid who is currently stuck in Libya. He was enslaved at the age of 14. He is now 17, has been released. If you want to donate, even if it's just $1, even if it's just like $5, I don't know. Any money would help, right? So it's the first link in my link tree. It's a GoFundMe link. Yeah, just wanted to say that would be awesome. If you can't donate, that's also perfectly fine. But you can also share. The link to other people who might be able to donate. But yeah, there's also a pew-pewing at Evergreen, by the way, because I know that Denver was mentioned. But Evergreen High School, there was also another.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Oh,
that's
okay,
the one I was
okay.
talking about. Yeah, that's them. The three
Okay.
students. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
The one
it's
that was a
actually
half
4
hour.
now. Yeah, it's actually at least 4 students now. Who have.
Yeah, I think they're including the pew pew.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, it's 3 plus the yeah. It, but again, like I said, happened before his, and yet nothing was mentioned about it from your president, but his was.
Yeah, it's actually disturbing that these like school pew pews are okay because it's happening to like your average people, but I don't know. So there are 3 teens who are in critical condition, and including in Denver, there were also 2 or 3 teens, I think, who are also currently in critical condition. Or was it? No, oh wait, that was the same one. Sorry, my bad. Thought it was another one. There was another one, wasn't there? There were like 2 or 3 today.
I just know about the one that was an hour away from Utah. I don't know if there was another one.
Yeah, there was another one. I'm pretty sure there were like 2 or 3 school pew pews today alone. So, yeah, there were multiple today. It's actually very disturbing. But yeah, I don't know. Are there any last things that all of y'all want to say? Any last words? Before I end the live?
Green is the Colorado one. It's the same one.
Got it.
Yeah, I think the last thing I'll say is that like the level of gaslighting that people have tried to do, coming up here saying things like, "Oh, if the left keeps talking like this, then the right is just going to get out of control even more." Yeah, because we indoctrinated them, right? No, that is ridiculous. And I think it was Oxford that had said that Black people are associated with the left, and I thought that was a really interesting point because that's how they're able to. That's why they're kind of justifying that. They're using that to justify condemning the left. Of course, you would condemn the people that are saying, get rid of your privilege so people can stop being harmed, right? But I also want to make the distinction that, at least for me personally, I've noticed people who claim to be on the left that have developed their political ideology but haven't truly deconstructed. And I'm starting to see that separation. And I think we've been seeing it for quite some time. I'm going to go live later and I'll talk about it more, but I just think that it's something that people have to really, really pay attention to because it's harmful. If they're going to condone these things, or if they're going to say, oh, we need to be crying and we need to be upset for this man who has created an entire army of fascist, racist, patriotic people that we are going to have to continue to deal with, they can all eat dirt and go hang out with the right because they are on the right. Like that's just what it comes down to. That's problematic. It's harmful. If they're going to condone anything that is going to be problematic towards people who are in marginalized communities, towards Black people globally, if you're going to cape for Kirk, you're a problem. In my personal opinion, you're a problem for caping for him.
Yeah. Listen, I'm Eritrean. Do you understand how many Eritreans are dying en masse every year? Like, whether it is in the Mediterranean Sea or whether it is in Libya, whether it is in Sudan or wherever they are. Like they literally die and there is just no headlines for them.
There was recently 4 that got unalived off the coast of France, by the way.
Wait, what happened recently off of the coast of France?
There was 4 refugees that got unalived off the coast of France.
Yeah, and that's my point. This is reminding me of remember when those 4 billionaires were like unalive because they went into that like the deep ocean thingy, the submersible or whatever it was, and people were mourning them and spending time on them, but not the 700 refugees who drowned in that same week because they thought that those 4 lives were worth more than those 700 people who were unalived. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, what? And that type of violence is normalized, by the way, right? Like, so this idea where people say, like, don't normalize violence, it is normalized. That's the thing. That violence like that level of like fatal violence is normalized for just certain people, though. It's normal for certain people to experience this types of violence. It's normal for certain people to see this type of violence when they're growing up, or to see their people be subjected to this type of violence growing up, right? But it's not normal for certain people to do it. Certain people are grievable, whereas other people are not. And when the people who are grievable are then subjected to this type of violence, everybody wants everybody to stop, to pause, to mourn. No, I won't. Like, yeah. But thank you, Swan. Kim, Shin, or Dan, if y'all wanted to say something, y'all can say something before I end the live.
Good. Thank you for holding the live. Appreciate you always.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to double up on what you said, Covey, because again, you're absolutely right that this type of violence is normalized, and the person who was responsible for helping that normalization process was Charlie Kirk, past tense, because he's past. He was part of normalizing violence in the United States against Black and brown people, and not even that, but diminishing any violence that they experienced and blaming it on other factors, usually blaming the victims for the violence that they experienced. And like I've said, like, he had a symmetrical experience. No one should mourn him. He started out being a racist and a bigot, and he unalived as a racist and a bigot, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree. Platy, if you want to say something, by the way, you can definitely request. I'll let you up if you want to say something. I agree 100%. 100%. Thank you very much for that, Dan. I appreciate you. Shin, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, y'all know situation that's going on in Sudan, Congo. There's always initiatives, and in Covey's link tree, but also in mine as well. And there's some LGBTQ refugees in South Sudan as well. That's in my link tree as well. So there's always ways you can help. If not, you can always share as well. Just as a little plug.
I agree. And Swan's bio as well. So in all of our bios, there are so many initiatives. So for that reason, I just saw your message, Platy. You could just drop. You can just drop. I just saw your message. But yeah, no. There are some initiatives in my link tree, and Shin's link tree, and also in Swan's link tree when it comes to Congolese initiatives, when it comes to not only Congolese but also Sudanese, and then also just generally like a lot of different initiatives that you can help people. So if you have any extra coins or money that you want to help, that would be amazing. And if you can't help, you can just share it as well. That would be genuinely amazing. Appreciate y'all. And Eob, yes, of course. There's a link tree for a 17-year-old Eritrean kid. Eob literally was on my panel when he told his story. He's a 17-year-old kid. He was enslaved in Libya when he was only 14 years old. And then he got released, and now he is literally stuck in Libya. He has no family. He was separated from his mother, and literally has nothing, right? So there's a GoFundMe link in my link tree in my bio for him. And if you want to support him, the money is going to be for sustenance when it comes to food, when it comes to taking care of himself in Libya. He has also been detained multiple times. He has been tortured multiple times. How I know this? He sent me a torture video. Yes, a 17-year-old kid had a video of himself getting tortured on his phone because the people who tortured him decided to record him while they were torturing him so that he could have that torture video for himself, right? So, and I posted that torture video, by the way, in my Discord in the trigger warning section. And so, yeah, he's a 17-year-old kid. So if you wanna help him, literally born in 2008. It's actually genuinely disturbing. A kid born in 2008 experiencing this. So if you do want to help him, do either share the link to the GoFundMe page or donate. Even like $1, literally $1 would do so much. If everybody would donate $1, that would do so much, right? So yeah, appreciate y'all. I don't know, Kim or who is next? If they wanted to say something, not sure. Okay, love you.
Love you.
Okie dokie. Then I'm gonna just dropping everyone one by one. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you to everybody who gifted, by the way. If we could get Suha and Muhandisa and Naima to 1K, that would be amazing because at least everybody has 1K then. So if we just send 500, 100 or 20 coins to all of them, then everybody has enough coins, right? That would be awesome, y'all. But yeah, I don't know. There was somebody else who was here who wanted to come up.
Salam.
Salam.
How are you, Kaveh?
I'm good. You're not a mod
Still
anymore.
have
That's devastating. Hold on.
a little bit of a... Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm still out. And I saw a notification of you going live. Kind of late, but yeah.
What are your thoughts on this topic?
Listen, you're ending it, so I think it's useless.
No, you can say it. It's okay.
I don't know. I want to begin by acknowledging the gravity of any life lost.
Mm-hmm.
Death is never something to celebrate. But I also believe that mourning should be reserved for those who uplifted others, not those who spent their lives tearing people down. So I do not feel sorrow over the passing of Charlie Kirk. And I say that not out of cruelty, but out of clarity. I mean, this man built his career on division, basically. He wasn't just a controversial figure. He was a megaphone for bigotry, racism, and exclusion. I think majority of people know that He had an organization called Turning Point USA, which became a breeding ground for discriminatory practices and extremist rhetoric. One of his former staff members, I believe her name was Gabrielle Fiquer, I don't know, I might have pronounced that wrong. She said once on an interview that this organization had a toxic environment, especially towards Black people. And she also mentioned that whenever there were new recruits who especially were Black, they were mysteriously fired. And not to mention the comments that have been said towards Black women and single mothers, which wasn't like an isolated incident, it was a pattern. And I lost my train of thoughts. There was the moment which truly exposed his racial bias. I think it was in January 2024. He said on his show, if I see a Black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he is qualified. That wasn't a critique of policy, it was a direct insult to Black professionals. It suggested that Black people in positions of responsibility are inherently suspect. Of course, Black pilots across the country condemned his remarks, with one saying, I am qualified, and Charlie Kirk is a F racist. Well, yeah. What else do I have to say? He himself perpetuated racist narratives. I believe he once suggested that Michelle Obama took a slot which was rightfully belonging to a white person.
Oh no, that's not what he said alone. Hold on, I'll show it to you. I have the video here. 1 second, Buki. I have the video.
I might be missing a couple of stuff.
Oh yeah. 1 second, I'll show you.
This is just what I'm remembering.
No problem. Hold on, where was it? Where is that video when he's talking about Black women professionals? Hold on.
The pilot one?
No, not a pilot one. He talked about Black women. Hold on. Where was it? Give me a second. I had it here.
Well, don't you think that comment about Michelle Obama just implies?
Oh yeah, it was that comment about Michelle Obama, but
doesn't it imply that Black success is inherently illegitimate?
Oh no, it didn't imply it. He meant it. He said it. That's why I'm trying to play the whole clip.
He definitely meant it.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to play the whole clip, right? Because in the whole clip, he says something even more. Hold on, this is the whole clip.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Katana.
Hold on.
Oh, there's more. Okay.
He says he mentioned multiple Black women.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks. We would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like, oh, of course, that's why we need affirmative action, because you have impressed us with your brilliance. Of course. Oh no, imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson. They think this is persuasive. They think as they kind of now reveal that I'm only here because of anti-white, anti-Asian forced discrimination policies. That turned me into a bitter, resentful activist that hates white people, honestly, through our pop.
That was the whole clip.
Imagine the world without Charlie Kirk.
Well, that's what I mean. It's just people aren't getting from an analysis based in historical materialism. We aren't just getting offed every day just cause so there's obviously some cause material condition there, and you can probably go back to the past and watch some of his videos and be like, wow, man, maybe it's because he was supporting a social hierarchy, like, for example, racism, that would have imposed another system that stripped millions of black and brown people away from their everyday rights and healthy relationships and lifestyles. And, at the end of the day, well, if you read Frantz Fanon, and in this modern day, at least to the working class of America or the marginalized in America, and to people like Charlie Kirk, he is, to us, the contradiction of the colonizer. I'm not saying, I'm saying to us in our contradiction. But in order to fight for a more egalitarian system, again, he's not going to look at these material benefits he has. He's going to keep doing what he's doing and making it worse for everybody else. And so this is his own fault, is what I'm telling you. I didn't cause the material conditions to bring this about. I didn't know who did, though. And you can blame me, or I'm not saying anybody here, but other leftists can be upset about it or be upset that somebody else did it. But this is somebody's fault, and I know whose fault it is. So that's the reality.
I agree fully. This is also, wait, hold on, Marcus. Piccolo was first before you. But this is also what he said about gun violence.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
It's rational to have gun deaths, is what he's saying. Because at least you have your Second Amendment rights. And this is also what he said about empathy. Because there are people who are shaming me today saying that I should have empathy. This is what he said about empathy.
I stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but
empathy is a new made-up word that does a lot of damage. Crazy. But yeah, Piccolo and then Marcus.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I understand this is a pretty much sensitive topic, right? Thing is, I was feeling exactly how you guys felt before I saw the video, right? As soon as I saw the video, my mind completely changed. It was a horrific video to watch. And I was thinking to myself, we should be people of principle. We should not be basing it off of however Charlie Kirk acted or said. Because if you are not grounded in principle, you will be manipulated by others. And I see so many liberals, black folks celebrating and tweeting about it and talking so much shit. But they do not see what could happen in the future. Like, this event could radicalize the majority of Americans, right? White Americans. Like I don't necessarily support Charlie because I never really watched his videos and stuff, but I see some short clips of what he says. I agree to him to a certain extent that about having a strong nuclear family, telling Black people that they should get out of this victim mindset. And if they work hard, they can definitely secure whatever that they need. Because so many Black people have fallen into the victim mindset mentality. And I think it's also wrong, In regards to Michelle Obama, I think I've seen a video of her talking about her thesis papers, how she was slacking off. There's a podcast about it, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I will bring it up, but unfortunately I can't do it.
She did not say she slacked off.
She talked about how she wrote her thesis.
Where did she say she slacked off?
Have you seen it? Like, do you know what I'm
asking you? Where did she say she slacked off?
She talked, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but she talked about this typewriter thing, bullshit, whatever. Like, she talked about how she wrote her graduating papers, basically.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, continue.
Maybe he might have been referring to that incident when he was talking about Michelle Obama or whatever, right? But still, if you believe in principle, I do not want to be a DEI hire. No way. Because I want to be hired because I'm qualified and fit for the job. I don't want to be filling a quota just for diversity's sake. What does that say about me? I'm insulting my own capabilities if I'm being hired because of DEI policies. I don't support those.
1 second. She
I
says
believe
here. Yeah. She framed her thesis writing as a young woman struggling with complex questions of identity and belonging, not as a case of slacking or underperformance. Not once did she mention slacking off or being lazy, but the fact that you automatically assume that a Black woman writing her thesis and a highly educated woman who went to Princeton somehow was lazy is just rooted in anti-Blackness.
Do you know what she studied?
I think she studied African American studies and also law.
Okay, that's respectable.
Yeah, and she studied law, and you know what else as well? Obama used to work for her. She literally was in a very higher up position in a law firm that Obama used to be like her assistant or something like that. Yeah, so the fact that a woman who is highly educated and you think that she's slacking off or lazy, you would not think that way about a white man who, by the way, Charlie Kirk is a dropout. Charlie Kirk is literally a fucking dropout. Why is a dropout talking about a woman?
Why should we focus about his personal
You focused on her, right? You made up a lie. No, hold on. You made up a lie on her. A woman who, number one, holds a bachelor's degree in sociology and African American studies. A woman who went to Princeton, who studied. A woman who got her Juris Doctor in the Harvard School of Law. You tried to say that this woman somehow was lazy because somehow you were lazy when you go to Harvard Law School.
I said I wasn't sure, but I might have seen a video of her.
You said you weren't sure, but you brought it up? Because imagine if I hadn't fact checked you. That means 387 people.
That's why I asked you to fact check me because I was.
No, you didn't. Sure. You didn't ask me to fact check it.
I was implying
you said no. You said it was something that happened. No.
But let's not stick on this topic.
No, we're sticking on the topic. We're sticking on the topic. We're sticking on the fact that you came up here to try to justify or defend a dropout and try to diminish the work that a woman put into her degrees. That's what you tried to do. You tried to diminish it by saying she was lazy and she said she was slacking when she never said that. She has never said that in a.
But don't you see the hypocrisy, right? Of how Black people are acting these days. For example, when they're graduating from medical school, some of them be twerking in their graduation gowns, and who would take them serious? Like character memes.
So what if people twerk? I'm confused.
Like
it's just the craziest thing.
I was going to talk about the fatigue of Black people that are doing this to themselves, right? They're causing.
What is Black fatigue?
What the fuck?
So the Black fatigue means for me, right?
Not for you. I said, what's the word Black fatigue? I don't care about what it means. I don't care about what it means for you.
This black woman came up with the term and she coined it.
What does it mean?
So black fatigue means the black people are tired of the racial and like structures being imposed on them, right? And then white people took it away and then said, "Oh, we're having black fatigue because of some, rowdy black people acting like
Oh my God.
unintelligent people."
Okay, yeah, this is what Charlie Kirk has reproduced, basically.
يا بلادي تعرف إنه هذا واحد إريتري؟
What?
Hold on, no,
إيه
guys.
واحد
Like,
إريتري.
I'm saying, like, I really don't like Charlie Kirk, right? Because some of the things that he said absolutely infuriate me.
You're more
Like,
of
I'm
an
not saying it's a black and white issue. I'm not saying it's a black and white issue. I'm saying, right, we should be grounded in principle. I'm saying I don't
Yes,
like
and that principle is saving my empathy, for my people.
Do you believe in empathy?
100% I believe in empathy.
Then
yes.
you should definitely have empathy.
No, I don't
Me,
care
do
about.
it
I don't
because
care about. Listen. If I'm not gonna sit here and cry over Schindler dying.
I'm not asking you to do that.
Yeah, you think I'm gonna empathize with Schindler dying? You think I'm gonna? You think I empathized when I found out that Haile Selassie was buried in a toilet? You think I sat here crying?
I don't care about it.
Why not? That's empathy.
Because he killed a lot of my own people. But
no, but that's about principle. Why not? I thought you're supposed to mourn everybody, regardless of how horrific they are. Where are your principles, Piccolo?
Okay, I'm sorry. I think you're right. Okay, I
Where are your principles? I'm sorry. You should cry over the fact that I don't know Haile Selassie died.
Okay, fine. Let me make my point. I don't want to argue. I just want to say
I'm
something.
not arguing. I'm just telling you, like by your logic, all of us should also cry.
Why you gotta bring it there? Like
I am. I'm taking it there. You should cry over the fact that Haile Selassie
I hate Haile
was
Selassie.
buried. Why? But it's about the principle. It's about the principle. You should follow your own logic
Western
and principles.
politics. We're talking.
No. Let's talk about general politics. Let's talk about the principle of why you're not mourning the death of poor Haile Selassie.
That guy killed my people. Charlie did not kill people.
I don't care. I don't care. The whole point here is that you said about the principle. So if you're about the principle, by the way, sir, I'm gonna drop you briefly. One of my mods wants to come up. If you're talking about the principle, then let's mourn the death of Haile Selassie too.
No, we're not gonna mourn it.
Why not?
He can.
Well, you're not a very principled individual, Piccolo. Like what you have shown right now is that you are logically inconsistent and you're not very principled. That's crazy. Don't you have empathy?
I get you. Okay, at least let me make my point and then I can drop for you, okay?
No, Wavy did want to talk to you as well, but yeah.
That's okay. I just want to, give me 1 minute only. I just want to clear out the confusion, right? What I'm telling you guys is that when I see people celebrating his unaliving, I feel like that's just it's going to be perceived by the other groups. I've seen in forums where these, neo-Nazis, whatever, meet up. And then, they talking about some revenge taking and stuff like that. So I feel like it could be dangerous for minorities and people of color. They could be attacked whenever, they're unsuspecting. You know what I'm saying? This could invite them to many things. And I don't want that to happen. So that's what I'm trying to say, that maybe they should just stay out of this. Keep quiet. It shouldn't really be celebrated so loudly like that.
Nobody is celebrating in this live, by the way. Just wanted to clarify.
I'm not talking about this live. But have you been online? Have you checked Twitter?
I'm not going to tone police people. I'm not going to tone police anybody, especially a minority who is celebrating this. Never. You'll never see me tone policing them.
I think Piccolo said that he didn't specifically unalive his people, but I think you don't realize that he vilified movements like Black Lives Matters. He framed them as violent, extremist, and even anti-American. This is one of the things that he did. Don't you think that this contributes to the overall ideology he had, how he brainwashed people, especially the younger generations, where he saw them as being a fertile ground to stuff these things into their head
But another Charlie Kirk could come up very soon. Like it's not something that you're gonna stop by unaliving him. I'm pretty sure another person who thinks like exactly or even worse than him, right?
Yeah, but the funny thing that not even the person who unalived him was either like the person who did it was white.
Yeah.
So.
But I get you. I also get what you mean. I don't want to disturb anyone. I just wanted to say my piece, you know.
Wavy wanted to talk to you. I think
You're allowed to say whatever you want. Well, just you the things that you have said, like they don't make sense to us because I don't know.
Like I said, bro, I'm not a conscious follower of politics. I just got into this shit, you know.
Yeah, but wait, Wavy wanted to talk to you about something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Piccolo, I think all you have to do is just put it in perspective to you and what you feel. Like as soon as Kobe brought up Selassie, you seen how you reacted, right? So maybe sometimes you got to put yourself in the shoes of the people and put it in situations that you would understand, right? So my question for you is, right, because earlier you brought up something about DEI hire, right? You're Eritrean, man. Let me ask you a question. Okay, if I don't know, like let's say there's a community center opened up for Eritreans, right? In whatever country you live in. And they decide to hire a person who doesn't speak a single Eritrean language because that's the majority of the country and that is the most qualified person for the job. Would that be acceptable for you?
Wait, so they hired another person for that job because they're their majority? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so let's say like you live in Canada and the main language is English, right? So this person has the most qualifications, they have the highest degrees, blah, 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 but they don't speak a single Eritrean language, right? Do you think that?
Sure, and if that person doesn't have that, he should not be hired.
Yeah, but what if the person that has all that qualifications of Eritrean culture, what if they don't have the degrees the other person has? Should you hire that person?
Oh, it's a tough. I don't know how to say it. Honestly.
Bro, this is DEI.
When I meant DEI hire, because you see the parameters are that these both people have the same exact qualifications, or one is hired or one is not, but it should not be based on their culture.
No. That's not what DEI hire. Wait.
Something that they should not.
Hold on, there's a misconception. DEI is not about hiring people, by the way. DEI is about expanding the pool of application. So for example, you expand who gets to know about the job in order to be able to apply to the job, to also neighborhoods that have usually historically been neglected. That is what DEI is. DEI has nothing to do with hiring practices. It doesn't have to do with pushing for application. DEIA is about expanding your application pool. So just because certain agencies have had DEIA, it does not mean that they have increased the rate of hiring of minorities. So no, you're not being hired because you're black. You're being told.
As far as I know,
you're being told.
Posting.
No. You're being told about the job posting.
But job posting is done on the internet, on job platforms, which can be accessible by anybody.
Not only. You have recruiters as well that go to different areas. It's not only done on the internet. You also have active recruiters that go to different areas. They have recruiters that go to different schools, to different colleges. Yeah, but my point is it has nothing to do with a hiring practice. It is about job application.
Okay, I want you to understand the context of my argument.
Hold up, let me see one thing, right? I feel like, people who have black ethnicity and they have Piccolo's talking points, I don't think they interact with people in the world, because if you look at a lot of privileged white people, okay, they have very early access
Germany.
to
all my friends are white, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, cool.
Wait, you're from Germany? You're in Germany?
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, that's cool.
Anyways, they have benefit from early access to elite schools, tutoring, cultural capital, nepotism, which enables them to go to these top institutions, not necessarily because they're smarter, because they have more opportunities. what that leads to is them getting better jobs. Now, if you let that system just run its course, where you have people having a head start based on, financial power, etc., then in 100 years later, you're going to see ethnic minorities having less paying jobs, worse neighborhoods, bigger crime rates, and then you're going to say, why are these ethnic minorities like having these crime rates? Why are they so poor, etc.? So you need to have systems in place which is going to regulate how ethnic minorities are going to get certain jobs and how they're going to sort of like uplift their communities. So, for example, with schools, how many people get into schools because someone knows a dean or someone knows someone who works at the school, etc. So it's just a way for them to counteract it. And even if you look at DEI, the benefits DEI has on institution and businesses, I think it has like 87% better decisions come from DEI.
What we wear, what we don't wear, our hair, is it natural?
So you're
Is
saying
it a
wearing
weave?
bonnets to
Are
a
we
store is
dancing?
nice?
Are we doing this? I don't give a fuck.
Charlie Kirk, who doesn't have any real opinions of his own, if you look at the Iran-Israel conflict, he said during Biden's presidency, he said America should not get involved in any foreign wars. Then when Trump came in and he sort of actively got involved on behalf of Israel and he defended them, he said, okay, as long as it's just defense, it's fine. Then Trump did an offensive attack. He said, okay, as long as there's no troops on the ground, it's fine, but no regime change. Then when Trump talks about regime change, he said, okay, maybe if there's positive regime change, that's fine. If it's like initiated by the people, that's fine. So his viewpoints just keep changing based on what the establishment says. Even with Epstein 2 years ago, he was very loud and proud about it, saying, yeah, we need the files to be leaked. Vote Trump in, he's gonna sort of show the files, etc. Then you have Trump, who said we're not gonna sort of reveal the full extent of all the things. He said, guys, the Epstein files, why are we still on this? We're onto this, etc. So at the end of the day, Charlie Kirk is a tool of the establishment. You have disaffected people in America who are sick of rents increasing, poor crime. The top 1% keep getting richer and richer, and it's like at that point, them voting is not going to change anything. So what do? They're going to start targeting members of the establishment, the reasons why they're living in poverty and sort of in bad society. And that's why you had Luigi do what he did. And that's why you had today, this man, I believe, did what he did. Is because there's just an establishment who have grips over the entire American society and do not care about 99.99% of people.
Yeah, I don't know if you're here, Marcus, by the way. I did say from the get-go that, I'm not going to sit here and encourage it or celebrate it personally. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to sit here and bother crying for him. Because, this guy was a piece of shit. And my empathy is reserved for, my people, right? So I'm not going to sit here and shed a tear for a man who who literally said empathy was a fake word, bro. I don't know.
And also talk about the hypocrisy of this guy. If he always sort of demonizes the Middle East and sort of people who are sort of fighting for their rights and their land, and he says, oh, look at the verses of the Quran, they're inherently violent, etc. And he also says these people are wrong because they're not using political logic, quote unquote. Instead, they're using a religious textbook from 1,500 years ago. But then when you ask him about the Middle Eastern conflicts, he's going to use quotes from the Bible 3,000 years ago and to justify it. And it's just where did all the reasoning go? And he'll be like, oh, Israel's doing this, and he'll be like, God told me to bless them, so I'm gonna do it. It's just where does the political logic go? It goes out the window at that point. With pro-life, pro-abortion, he has the most wildest stances. So at the end of the day, I don't think he actually has any real opinions. I don't think he's a real person. I think people with real political views shouldn't be targeted, but at the end of the day, if you're a tool of the establishment and the working man in America wants to get rid of the establishment, then you are going to be targeted. And I don't think that's the most evil thing that can be done, if that makes sense.
Wait, hold on. This is what he said, right? Hold on. Let me get it for you. You mentioned Islam because I addressed his anti-black rhetoric. I haven't addressed his Islamophobia, right? So this is what he said. He said, and I quote, Islam is not compatible with the West. He said it's a quote unquote tyrannical system that lacks individual liberties. He said, Islam has conquest values. They seek to take over land and territory, and Europe is now a conquered continent. He talked about the Islamic takeover of Western societies. After Zoran Memdani won the Democratic primary for New York City in 2025, he tweeted, and I quote, 24 years ago, a group of Muslims unalived 2,753 people on 9/11. Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. Which, by the way, he linked Mamdani with 9/11. He also added, it's not, quote, it's not Islamophobia to notice that Muslims want to import values into the West that seeks to destabilize our civilization. He also said, and I quote, Muslims are commanded to take over the government in the land they live in. Yeah. Right? This is amongst like some of the shit that he has said about like black people in general and black women not being educated. I'm so sorry, but Michelle Obama is literally like an idol. Like when I say idol, I mean like a person who's an inspiration, right? When I was writing my bachelor's thesis, right? And I was writing 70 something pages. Literally, Michelle Obama was one of the women who was on my whiteboard in front of my table that encouraged me to finish writing that shit. Because that shit, anybody who has written like dissertations or theses for college knows how like shitty it all is and how you want to give up literally halfway through, right? But she has been an inspiration to so many women out there to push women to get an education. So for people to say that she's not smart enough, or for people to say somehow she's lazy, yeah, and that's crazy.
Can I also add to you, Kobe? He also attacked us, Palestinians. Like, his hate for us was like really telling. I remember I saw a video once of him during a campus question and answer, like with students, and a Palestinian Christian student, he came up and he asked him a question, and then he
on my YouTube. So yeah, if any of y'all bitches want to take me out of context, whenever I say like really effed up shit or really crazy shit, I don't even need a screenshot. You just give me a mic and I'll repeat my fucking self. Okay? So you don't have to take me out of context or screen recording, whatever it is. I'm going to post the whole video on YouTube. But yeah, hold on. Let me let you, Doc. Let me let the last people up, Doc and Julie, and then I'm actually going to end the live after that.
Hey, Athena, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. What about you?
I'm doing good. I'm not. So first and foremost, yeah, this situation, I don't have any compassion for what happened. Does it suck? Yes, it absolutely sucks. But I'll put it to you like this: there's a lot of things that are surrounding this, that coincidences that are scary to me, that has me really thinking outside the box, and it's like conspiracy zone. But who has the most to benefit about this? You have to look at it on this grand scale. Charlie Kirk is the person who created Turning Point USA, who, for lack of better words, turned a whole bunch of Gen Z voters to vote for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's ratings amongst Gen Z voters, especially those who were voted for him, is tanking. Now, when you sit there and you look at this, there's too much stuff here, especially what happened. You have a decoy person that basically said, I did it, so on and so forth, and then they were like, no suspect, that person got away.
Yeah, I don't want to spread that because there are like 300 people here. It's not confirmed. I don't want to spread anything that is not fully confirmed, right? So, it has nothing to do with it. Like, again, this is, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to do anything on it. There are 300 people here. I don't want all of them to say, oh my God, this has to do with Epstein and Trump and da-da-da. I don't want that. I do not want that associated with my life. All I'm going to talk about are things that have been verified, things that have been confirmed. This person was unalived by somebody. Hopefully the suspect was caught. Let's just stick to that.
No, understood. But so I'll stick to that. But yeah, anywho, there's just too much stuff that I'm sitting here and that I'm seeing that is, It's just, and from what I'm seeing right now, it is reminding me of 1938 Germany when that German diplomat was assassinated, and then which led to Kristallnacht. That's all I'm going to say. And that's the other scary part right there, because they are demanding blood now.
Yeah, on what Afro is saying, I'm reporting that someone on Twitter said, I'm gonna send it to you, Athena. His name is Arizon H. Smith and said, I'm not gonna say names. I'm not gonna name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks that Israel will unalive him if he turns against them.
Yeah, again, I saw that, but the reason that's why I didn't mention it is not confirmed. I don't want, like, my live and the part of my live is that I only bring forward stuff that are confirmed, that is factual, and that's precisely like why I think many people might come back to my lives. Because they know that when I am saying something, they know that there is some facts behind it, that it can be substantiated, that these are not just like some conspiracies or whatever it is, right? There's things that make sense. So that's what I want to stick by too. Listen, Twitter is full of conspiracies. It hasn't been confirmed. It could be the case, yes, but it has not been confirmed. Therefore, I don't want to spread it to more than 300 people.
Understood. CBS News is saying that the suspect that they did have was released.
Yes, because they had the wrong suspect. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So,
but again, for you, it's not fishy that he's taking it so long for how many people were around him, taking it so long to have someone in custody and and find who did it. For me, it's really sketchy for how many people were there. And they didn't find who did it still.
I don't necessarily think it's that sketchy because there are a lot of people there with the magnitude of the people who were there, with all the people running in all directions, mass hysteria, chaos. I don't necessarily think that it's a big issue. It's that shocking.
I'm just concerned that tomorrow they in this amount of time they're gonna fabricate a story that will help their agenda to perpetrate a G-side or their other agenda inside of USA, and they're gonna put someone in the frame and fabricate the story. So for me, it's too everything is too.
That could be the case too. I'm not denying that. That could be the case too. But it's just for me, I don't want to be speculating on anything, you know.
Yeah. It's just I want for me it's concerning because. 2 days ago, Tucker Clarkson published his famous documentary about the twin sister, and then 2 days later this happens, and it's just everything is too convenient. He wanted to win the midterm, Trump wants to win again the midterm and avoid impeachment, and everything happens right now and blame it to a far lefty, like he says, or to someone.
I understand what you're saying 100%. It's just again, I know what I just want confirmed. Yeah, I think for me, again, I'm just gonna be sitting here because again, when you're hosting lives, you have the responsibility of spreading information that is accurate. And that is my goal at the end of the day, that when I am spreading the live, when I'm spreading information, that I'm spreading information that is accurate, that has been verified. I don't want to have the reputation of being, the person who spreads conspiracy theories or the person who says coincidence. I think not. I don't want to have that reputation. I think it's very imperative that people understand that whatever is said on this live, on my lives, on my panels, is all confirmed. So that's precisely why I'm saying you could say it's fishy, it's sus, it could be circumstantial. Yes, it could be a correlation, but not necessarily a causation. Those are all conversations that we could be having. But when it comes to my lives, I want it to be just complete accurate, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, perfect.
And I agree because many times we especially on TikTok we have these lives that don't give like actual facts and people taking it for.
Exactly.
I don't care if he's alive or not, like for real, like as a person, but like getting away like this is too easy for me. Like I would like to
I do
have.
care.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care, but in the same time,
No, I said
the
I do
damage he's
care
done,
because
like the damage of his death, is so much, especially to us, like activism, trying to do something. And I would prefer to see him on trial and be in jail for life, not like this. He got away with it easily for me. But anyway.
no, he's better gone, believe me. But what's sad is that he did so much damage to communities, to the people he targeted, to the truth that he distorted. And I just want to say, like, let us not rewrite history in the name of politeness, and remember him for the person that he was, a bigot who chose division over unity, fear over understanding, and hate over humanity. And may he rot in hell. Who said that? Who said that?
Like people are already painting him like a saint. Oh, he left 2 children. How many children did he like said he didn't get to get them alive? You know,
Help!
like bloody. Like...
Sorry. Bloody. Why did Bloody disappear like that? That's crazy. But yeah, thank you. Thank you, Julia. I appreciate you. I'm gonna drop you now.
Thank you.
هون حفتين تألايف قاعد أصص خونكو كوردك إحجي هراي. حفتي قاعد أصص خونكو. واو. سهى مهندسة ونعيمة حنزلكم دحين عشان هسكر اللايف. تمام. الله يحميكم إن شاء الله يا رب. Okay. So, yeah, that's crazy. I was gonna have like music. I don't know if I should play music, but I don't know if it would be fitting. I'm not gonna lie, because I usually end my live with like Eritrean music. Y'all know that. But I don't know if it would be fitting to play music today. I don't know. Should I? Should I play music? Yeah, okay. Well, to the people here, I'll play a song, because not many people know. Not many people know, like, Eritrean music. Maybe I'll play, like, an Eritrean song and then a Sudanese song. Who knows? Really crazy level of organization. Very admirable and inspiring, actually. In former times, curriculums were not designed by Eritreans and fit for Eritrea's need. U.S. citizens were mostly responsible for educational planning, and children received lessons in U.S. and European history and geography. They never learned anything about Eritrea. On top of this, most of the lessons were given in Amharic, the main language of Ethiopia. Now the children have lessons ranging from languages to sciences, arts and crafts to sports. They also do practical work in the kitchen and garden. Sports are combined with basic military training. Children learn how to move, how to protect themselves in a military attack, what to do in case of a bombing, and basic knowledge of first aid. They also do exercise to build up their strength. Hold on. Oh. The teachers try to promote the individual talents and interests of every child. Weaker children are given special attention, including special classes if necessary. As one teacher said, we promote the children's creativity and we do not have one lazy or dumb student. Red flowers in Dak Amhara. I'm almost done. This is the last page, by the way. The Red Flower organization in Dak Amhara is described below, is probably no longer in existence. 3 weeks after the West Germans' visit in July 1978, the city had to be evacuated by the EPLF. The Ethiopian army was marching towards Dak Amhara, and it would have been difficult for the EPLF to defend the city without losing many lives. Before the evacuation took place, an underground network was organized, and the West Germans are fairly certain that the red flowered children were part of the underground network. When Dak Amhara was liberated by the EPLF in July 1977, children started to play the game Struggle. They organized groups of Eritreans and Ethiopians and fought each other. It was their way of dealing with the problems of everyday life. EPLF discussed the need of these children to understand their situation and to raise their political awareness. On November the 1st, 1977, the Red Flower Organization was founded. The children were entrusted with a garden close to Dak Amhara, where everyone would have his or her tasks and responsibilities. The garden was originally owned by Italians and was later taken over by Ethiopians. They abandoned it, and when the children took it over, it was in desperate condition. But within a short time, they cultivated it again. There is something intrinsically Eritrean about taking over something that had a bad foundation, was either colonial or was oppressive or was discriminatory, whatever it was, or was ugly or horrible, and cultivating it and birthing something new out of it, right? If you look at the history of Eritrea, you literally see all examples of that littered all over Eritrean history. The children, but within a short time, they cultivated it. The children do all the work by themselves, except for some technical planning and some heavy work. Women from the political organizations help out on these too. The garden's products are sent to the front or are distributed among needy families. So again, the children are growing food for other people. Imagine, so the children are not only surviving the G-side, they're processing what they're surviving, they're getting educated, and they're working on the gardens to feed their fellow people. Mind-blowing, the level of organization. The garden's products are sent to the front or are distributed among needy families. The children live in the garden all day. The EPLF distributes food and the children cook it. Due to the bombings by the Ethiopians, school has to take place at night. The children return to the city in the evenings, go to their classes, and then stay overnight with their families. At first, the parents resisted the participation of their children, especially of their daughters, but the children were determined to join the Red Flowers. They stayed home during the day, but they went to the evening classes. Once parents found out more about the Red Flowers, they did not hold their sons and daughters back from joining. It became an honor to be a red flower, and it would have been easy to enlist all the children in the city. But the EPLF decided to favor a slower growth in order to give better training and education. In July 1978, there were 75 members and 30 candidates. The West Germans were shown around the garden and invited to a general meeting at the house, which was built by the children. I'm sorry, this is crazy. The house was built by the children. It should have happened to a poor white tea person. This type of violence should have happened to a woman, but not to a Charlie Kirk. And that is precisely why it is such a tragedy, right? So to me, that like people who normalize that very type of ideology and this type of like racial order, to me is crazy. So that's why, like, I'm not sitting here celebrating it. I'm not sitting here like mocking it. I'm not sitting here saying it's okay. What I'm saying, though, is that it is hypocritical to sit here and to all of a sudden mourn Charlie Kirk's unaliving, but not mourn the unaliving of all these countless other people. Like, I'm seeing people here cry, cry their eyes out. And when I'm sitting here talking about the Libyan people who are enslaved in Libya, I don't see people crying their eyes out. So why is Charlie Kirk's life more grievable than a person who's being enslaved in Libya? I'm very, very confused at this one. Why do you feel more moral outrage and more emotions seeing this person being unalived, but not, let's say, the more than 2,000 people who were unalived in Zemzem in less than 72 hours? Genuine question. I do want to go to the Wiener Wiggler, and then Lucy, Steez, Senor, World, and then Delivery.
I lean more left, but like I still think it's kind of crazy that people are celebrating his death because I don't think we should celebrate any political rival's death. Any good country needs like political rivals and stuff. So I don't understand why people are celebrating. That doesn't even look good for that.
Did
Like,
anybody celebrate in this live? Or
I
did
mean,
I, as a host, celebrate?
I'm not saying it was you, but I'm saying I've seen other people, and I've actually seen some things in your comics that they're happy that he died. Like he was not a good person. I agreed on nothing that he said, but I still think we shouldn't like be glad that someone died in our country. And I wish America would get more involved in places like Gaza and stuff like that. But I mean,
It is already
I
involved.
can't control that.
Well,
I
wait,
know,
no,
but I'm saying I wish we would get more.
No, but it is involved. That's the problem. It is too involved. That's the problem. Like America is way too involved in all of these other countries, which is precisely why people are being unalived. If the American government were to mind its own business, a lot of these deaths would not have been possible. So yes, it is 100% involved. By the way, but yeah, continue. Sorry, Wiener.
I don't know. That was
By
mostly
the way,
it.
I just wanted to say, yeah, sorry, Wiener. I just wanted to say everybody is welcome. I'm not going to silence Wiener. I don't silence opposition. If Wiener comes up and expresses their opinion, they're 100% valid in expressing their opinion, by the way. I'm not going to silence you or anybody who thinks like you. Just want to say that, but continue.
Also, I'm not saying you have to mourn them or anything, but just don't celebrate. You shouldn't celebrate someone's death because they had a different political opinion. If you celebrate their death because they had a different political opinion, like you're kind of a fascist. Like I don't understand how you can say like we want gun control and gun like peace, but then celebrate when someone dies to a gun.
Were you done, Wiener?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's go to Lucy, and then Steez, and then, okay, so the top two guests.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. So we'll just go to Lucy, Steez, and then Delivery.
Okay, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so I just wanted to come up and comment on, I wasn't in the live that you were in, Covey, but I heard a little bit about the retrospective. And my thinking about the Zionists at this point and like why they're going so hard for Charlie Kirk is because they see themselves in Charlie Kirk, right? They see themselves as like this white supremacist who also want like to be sympathized with, who also want people to like forgive them and to mourn their unaliving, which isn't happening. So it's kind of like I said to a Zionist yesterday, I'm so sorry that you had to find out that no one would care if you died this way, because that's what this is to me. It is an example of what we're not willing to tolerate. Now, to Wiener Schnitzel, I just want to respond like, I would be okay with a Klan member being unalived. I would be okay with a Schmatzi being unalived. So, like, I see Charlie Kirk as those things. So why wouldn't I celebrate that? That's it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Steez, and then Delivery.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I wasn't alive. You were in earlier, and I gotta say, you held it down, 10 toes. I think the issue that a lot of them had with you is I think that you weren't backing down. 'Cause for the most part, like this whole Charlie Kirk thing, like I wasn't a fan of him either. And I think the best approach for most of us who opposed him was to be indifferent. I think any energy that we gave to him would only fuel their desire to make him a martyr. Because we all know everything he stood for was kind of off of a script, and we know where the script comes from. But I just want to say I'm a big fan. You know what I'm saying? I love your voice and I love your laugh. But yeah, keep doing what you do, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Steez. Thank you very much.
Yeah, anytime. You could drop me. Or I don't know how to drop, so
Okay, I'll drop you, Steez. Thank you very much. Let's go to delivery.
Kofi, it's so good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, I don't like the way the conversation is going, honestly, though I'm completely unsurprised by it. People forget that state-sanctioned violence is normalized. Violence is every day. Violence is politics, and politics is violence. So, like, the idea that Charlie Kirk could spend years, literally years, effing around, and then when he should finally find out, I should feel bad for someone who is historically, literally at this point, historically been a propaganda arm to the empires of the world, subjugating and violating the rights of people all over it. No, I'm not going to feel bad. Celebrating is a bit of a stretch, I will say. But again, no. There is not a single shred of bad feeling I have for what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think that he's reaping what he sowed. Do I feel a little bit bad for his children specifically? Maybe. His wife? No. She picked him. Him? Absolutely not. He deserved every bit of the violence that he put out into the world. And if you only spend your life putting violence out into the world, I'm not going to be surprised or feel bad when it comes back in a whirlwind upon you. That's just the way the world works. And I don't remember who said it earlier, but someone referenced that this was one of the first times they'd seen it actually directed at an arm of the system, like at a member of the upper class in their lifetime. And that is important to notice, because that doesn't happen enough. I will put that out on the table as a white guy on the panel, that violence happens to minorities, to oppressed communities far, far too often, and has been normalized for far, far too long. And any normalization of violence against the upper class or the wealthy white elites, I'm all for. Let's balance that table a bit.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to go back to that live, right? The person on the panel was literally Daniela, an Israeli woman who has justified the unaliving of Palestinian people. Lilak, who is an IDF soldier. An IDF soldier who was sitting there trying to have a moral high ground, telling me that I'm wrong, right? And second of all, this rando dude who came up and tried to change the topic to AB.
We should hire 3 or 4 colored ministers, preferably with social service backgrounds and with engaging personalities. The most successful educational approach to the Negro is through a religious appeal. We don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister.
This was that white T man who came up there to ask me about abortion, who was trying to shame me, telling me that I was apathetic and I was a bad person. This was him talking about Margaret Sanger and dropping the N-word. Let's hear that again.
We should hire 3 with social service backgrounds and with engaging personalities. The most successful educational approach to the Negro is through a religious appeal. We don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the ministers is the man who can straighten out that idea if it were a curse.
These are the people who are trying to shame me. I'm sorry. I just wanted to put that out there. These are the people who are trying to shame me because I said I am indifferent to it. I'm not gonna cry over it. And they tried to tell me that I was wrong and that I was apathetic or some kind of monster for doing that. But yeah, no, continue. I was gonna go to Hublai, I think, and then after that, Blue, D, and then Davels and Robbie. Hublai, it's your turn.
Sorry, there's a long list of communities that were directly harmed by Kirk's rhetoric, but I'm going to actually point to the laws he violated. He and Donald Trump Jr. went to Greenland to directly threaten an invasion of its sovereignty and its indigenous people. He openly advocated the genocide of children, the genocide of children in Gaza. That's tweets to that effect. He did say that child sacrifice for the Second Amendment was necessary in the United States. And, frankly, I believe one way or the other, he denied the jurisdiction of the ICJ and the Genocide Convention. So according to the 1948 Genocide Convention, which is a law, and you can read it, and you can't be in the UN without signing on to it, every citizen of a UN signatory country is obligated to do whatever is in their personal power. Whatever. There's no such concept as law between you and a G-sider. You're obligated in law to do anything you physically can to stop it. And so this shooting is entirely lawful as far as I can tell. It's a self-defense of all the children he was attacking. The Child Soldier Convention also, Charlie Kirk was specifically recruiting children to teach them rhetoric to, join armed forces and militias and other things that would unalive people, specifically children. And so by his own standards of justice, he deserved this. By his own Christianity, he's some kind of martyr to his weird cause. And under the Genocide Convention, he is an advocate. Now, very shortly after he goes, Netanyahu is actually posting praise of the guy, which is interesting that Netanyahu was that ready with praise for him. Some people are noting that 24 hours earlier, Kirk had actually softened his stance on Israel and stated, differentiated anti-Zionism from anti-Judaism or anti-Jewish racial feelings, and that he may have been leaning more, like Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene or Matt Walsh, away from blind support for Israel, in which case this would have been a perfect time for a Zionist false flag, turn him into a martyr just before he turns into, a turncoat. So that is still an active possibility, and the timing suggests that. They certainly do this all the time. But the other thing I'm going to ask about is the funeral. I don't think it's debatable at all that this is not even a crime to deal with a illegal combatant and a G-side advocate this way. Goebbels was convicted in absentia after Nuremberg, I think, and he only ever did propaganda. The H-man did not personally unalive people, but he, just like Charlie Kirk, organized with the rhetoric, and we consider them all to be G-sidal criminals, and so Clark was too, and that's clear to me. What's not clear to me is, does international law also allow for the physical extermination of the entire funeral? Does everyone who shows up at his funeral a legitimate target? Israel certainly has done this in the past. They have executed mourners en masse with missile attacks. And I think that's a completely legitimate and also legal response to this. Bite me.
Mm-hmm.
Take out the funeral. That's where you find the real enemies. I don't care who actually did this, because it's just a lawful execution under the 1948 Genocide Convention. And, if it's a false flag, so what, right? A Danish soldier could have done it because of the threat to sovereignty, because of the Danes signing on to the Genocide Convention and Child Soldier Convention. But regardless of who did it, those who are mourning Charlie Kirk, putting at half-mast and writing a new Horst Wessel song starring Charlie Kirk, those people who gather at his funeral to exploit it for political purpose, those people are the clear enemies of mankind. Those people are the worst people that have probably ever existed on this planet. They were under absolutely no physical pressure. They were absolutely no, racial or prejudicial. They're simply doing this G-side because they can. And so if that entire funeral goes up, just a giant smoke show, that is also not a crime. It's legally required by the Genocide Convention. This is World War III. There's 2 million people dead. Did you think it wasn't going to come to, so-called former America? I refer to it as former America and former UK because these countries sacrificed their sovereignty by defying the Genocide Convention. They no longer exist. If California wants to secede, or Texas, or even Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's perfectly fine. There's no sovereignty to defend. There's no law. Charlie Kirk can advocate G-side all day. The courts can, sanction lynch mobs called themselves ICE. The 14th Amendment was just pretty much overturned by the Supreme Court today. They can preferentially grab people for speaking Spanish or looking Latino, which under the 14th Amendment they couldn't. And that's now gone. So you have open genocidal racist fascism in Washington, and this is the mob that will gather at the funeral to plan it. It is far, far less harm. It's a great reduction of harm if, just for once, we adopt Israeli policy and hit the funeral. I don't know who we is here. I hope, Chinese drone carrier or something. It would be nice seeing a state take responsibility for this stuff once in a while, because there are states that stand for international law. It's war. What do you expect? As for his kids, they'll be raised by better people. 2 children were rescued from a child genocide advocate and a mass rape advocate. I'd say that's good for the kids.
Okay, just wanted to say everything that the panels are saying is their take. It doesn't represent what me as a host I'm saying. I'm just offering people a place to express their opinions. I would say that if what Hublai said right now was really shocking to you and is really horrifying to you, then I don't understand why there isn't more of an outrage when it comes to, I don't know, a Tamir Rice being unalived, or Sonia Massey being unalived in her own kitchen, or George Floyd being unalived and his daughter being traumatized because George Floyd had children as well. All of these people who were unalived have children as well. A Breonna Taylor, a Sandra Bland, a Stefan Clarkson, like all these different people, and Ahmaud Arbery, who was jogging and got unalived. All these people had families and loved ones who loved them, who were traumatized, who have to live with the fact that their loved one was unalived. So my question is, why is Charlie Kirk's life more grievable than theirs? I have a genuine question. This is like a genuine question. To me, as a person who is Black, why should I be accepting of a society that normalizes violence when it's being when Black and brown people or poor people are being subjected to it, but not when a Charlie Kirk was subjected to it? So I just wanted to say that. But let's go to I think I said Davos was next, Robbie, and then Blue and D.
Oh, I'm next. Okay, basically, I'm Black. I don't mourn with Charlie Kirk whatsoever. And, I even laughed at a couple memes yesterday because I genuinely thought it was funny and ironic how he preached about gun violence and he ended up dying to gun violence. But, hold on, what was I saying? Give me 1 second. But, I have noticed that people will be like, you have to mourn him, or it's so wrong to celebrate his death, and but the man spoke of hatred to multiple communities. I listened to some of his speeches because I like to listen to other people's point of view on things, and Republicans' point of view, conservatives, yada yada yada. And he spoke with hatred, and I've been taught you should always be careful with your words because that stuff can always come back to you in tenfold, and it returned to him. And his words that was quoted in 2023, it was he doesn't believe in empathy, and empathy is just a made up thing. So why should we be the ones to mourn him? And I would see posts of people of color saying we don't mourn him, and people people attacking them. Yet they were the same ones from 2020 to 2025 posting George Floyd memes for some reason, making t-shirts, I can't breathe, and yada, yada, yada. Why should we give this white man the same respect? Like, yes, I feel bad for his children, but only his children and the people that had to witness what happened. He does not get no sympathy from me. His wife, she's a dirty dog, and she chose to lay down with that man. She gets no sympathy from me either. And like, I don't understand how people like him can say Palestine isn't real, and yet there are videos coming into Twitter, Instagram of all these Palestinian children getting killed. There's people in the comments like, hey, there's people bombing my country as we speak, and yada, yada, yada. And like, there's influencers posting Charlie Kirk over the stuff that's happening in Congo, Palestine, Jakarta, Nepal, all of that. But they post this white man, funny looking white man, for some odd reason, probably because they are influenced by him too, because they're white and Republican.
Wait, hold on. I am so sorry. Can I just say the level of hypocrisy, right?
Yeah.
So, and sexy. Did I get the comment? Give me a second. Let me see if I got it.
Yeah.
The same man who tried to shame me and call me apathetic, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. Was this him? No, that's not him. Give me a second. No, it's not him. The same man who tried to shame me and call me apathetic, by the way, just came into my live and said Palestine is fake. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy that the same man who was on that panel trying to say that I was a bad person for saying I don't celebrate the death, I don't encourage it, I feel bad for the kids, but I'm not going to sit here and mourn or cry for this man. That same man who told me that I was basically a monster, right? And I don't walk with Christ. That guy came to my chat right now and said Palestine is fake. Lakari. So clearly you think that Palestinian children and Palestinian people are not deserving of empathy, that they can have their humanity challenged and their identity and their very existence challenged, but a Charlie Kirk should be mourned and should have all of his humanity recognized and realized. This is the level of hypocrisy that I'm talking about, and this is the world quote unquote order that I don't agree with, and I'm not going to be gaslit into agreeing with it. But continue, Devil. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's like his tour, like, I understand he wants to have conversations with people from the other side, except when you see the actual footage of the stuff he's doing, he's not really having conversations with people. He's insulting their intelligence. He's trying to belittle them, humble people of color, and embarrass like other liberals or like people that have a different opinion than him. And it's like, that's not really a conversation. You're just being a butt about it. And then because he's like practices hate speech, he is always surprised. Well, he's surprised. Well, everyone is surprised that he gets shot and killed. But it's like, that's why you should always be careful with your words. I was always taught that stuff comes back tenfold. So practice what you preach and like be careful what you say. And sometimes you just need to keep your opinions to yourself. Because I'm not saying he deserved it. I don't think no one deserves to die like that. But I'm not going to mourn him. And I'm not going to feel bad for like other Republicans either. And like, what did Trump say? We have to lower the flags, or he's lowering the flags till Sunday. Yet none of that happened for the school shootings. There was literally a school shooting yesterday. I want to say around the time that happened, like in Colorado or something like that. No word about it. The president didn't even speak about it. Yet he's uploading an AI video speaking about Charlie. I didn't really understand it, but I'm finished.
Thank you. So for the people joining in, let me just restate what I'm saying. And to any of y'all bitches who's trying to like record this out of context and say, oh my God, Athena Covey is justifying this, right? I'm going to upload both the lives I did yesterday and today to YouTube.
What I'm basically saying is that, number one, I'm addressing the selective outrage that I'm seeing with people, the selective empathy that I'm seeing with people. Second of all, I feel bad for his children. I won't condone or justify what happened to him, or won't encourage it either. But I'm not gonna sit here and mourn over it or cry over it or empathize with him or extend any grace towards him either. So just wanted to say I'm not going to extend any grace to him, and nobody's going to be gaslighting me into feeling bad for a guy who didn't believe that I should exist. So I did want to go to Robbie and then Blue and then D.
To me.
Robbie, yeah.
I think that we should be empathetic to his death, and that it is a tragedy, even if you don't agree with what he said and did. You should be empathetic towards what happened to him, because no one deserves to die like that.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't think I should be empathetic to him. Because if he's spending his time dehumanizing people, and when it comes to, let's say, my people, where he's challenging our humanity and questioning us and our existence, and literally spreading misinformation, hateful misinformation, violent misinformation about us, then no, I don't need to show him any empathy. The same way I wouldn't sit here and show empathy to Schindler. I wouldn't sit here and show empathy to David Duke. If David Duke were unalived tomorrow, I don't think that anybody would sit here and cry over his death. I don't think people would force me to cry over a David Duke. I don't.
How
think
on
people
earth
would
are you
force
comparing Charlie Kirk to Hitler?
Connor, it's not your turn yet. I'll be muting you. I'm responding to Robbie, and then we're gonna go to Blue and D. They've been waiting this whole time, and then we're gonna get to Choco and then you. So I just wanted to say, like, I am not going to sit here and mourn bigots and hateful people who sat here and said black women don't have the brain processing capacity. Respectfully, no. If this person doesn't, you know what? Maybe he's right. I don't have the brain processing capacity to empathize with him. There we go. Maybe I'm right. Oh yeah, Jarby, sorry, my bad. So yeah, if he says we don't have we lack the brain processing capacity, then fine. I lack the brain processing capacity to empathize with this man. His words.
That's just words.
He said that. Didn't he say that?
It's just words.
Charlie Kirk said that black women lack the mental capacity for anything.
I'll play the clip for you. It's okay.
Please play it.
Why do you think it's weird for me not to mourn somebody who didn't see me as an equal human?
But where did he not see you as an equal human? Play a clip. Let's hear it.
So when he says, number one, whenever he sees a black pilot, he thinks they're automatically a DEI hire and unqualified. When he sits there and allow like very racist, toxic environment in Turning Point USA towards his black employees, to the point where the black employees left and talked about all the racism that they faced. The fact that he sat there and said, give me a second. Where did he go? Where did that go? The fact that he said this.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot.
Is Joy Reid black?
Wait, hold on. Can I finish? Thank you.
To go be taken, somewhat steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
Wait, what did he say? To steal a white person's spot to be taken serious. Isn't that crazy? Why did he automatically imply that
Because it's
Joy
talking
Reid
about DEI.
is Joy Reid is
It's
black.
talking
Yes.
about
Hold on, Connor. This is not your panel. You're not going to dominate. You asked me to play the clip, so I'm going to play the fucking clip. Joy Reid is a black woman, by the way, and it's crazy to think that these spots are automatically entitled to like white people and say that, oh, a black woman is taking a white person's spot. The fuck not. This, like, the spots are not entitled for white people. And the fact that you think that these spots are made for white people and any black person there is only there because of affirmative action and is only there because they're stealing a white person's spot is fucking racism, Connor. But I'm not surprised from a person who's pro-Israel. But let me play the whole clip.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get it on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive.
Talking about specific people, not black women as a whole.
Hold on, he said a white. Wait, hold on, Connor.
Listen to what he's saying.
Did he say stealing white people's spots? Yes or no? Did he say a white person's spot? Yes or no?
He's talking about DEI. He never said that.
No. He's not talking about DEI. First of all, DEIA
DEIA
is not affirmative action, Pookie. Get it right. DEIA doesn't even have to do with hiring practices.
Yes,
DEIA has to do with widening the application. 1 second. DEIA has to do with widening the application pool. My question is, why did he say that those spots were white spots? Who assigned them a race? Who said that they belong to white people?
Yeah, so he's not saying that white people are the only ones who deserve jobs.
No. He said those are white spots. Let's hear that again. No. You're not gonna gaslight, Connor. I have the video right here. Let's hear what he said.
And were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot.
He said you had to go steal a white person's slot. What made that slot a white person's slot?
Because, you're in a country where the predominant amount of people is white. So if you're talking about DEI hires, then it's chances are that it's a white person that would have the job. Otherwise, he's not saying that black women. Hold on, please let me answer.
It's proportional.
Please let me answer. He's not saying that black women as a whole lack the mental or emotional or any kind of bandwidth. He's saying that the women that he's specifically speaking about lack the brain processing power. Listen to the words he's saying.
Wait, how does Michelle Obama lack the brain processing power when she's literally a lawyer? She has a juris doctor. No, 1 second.
That's not my opinion.
No, 1 second. You're trying to say that Michelle Obama, the woman who has a juris doctor from Harvard Law, who literally Obama was an assistant to, that she lacks brain capacity, like brain processing power, but Charlie Kirk, the dropout,
Number
doesn't
one,
lack
I
brain
didn't.
processing
Number
power?
one, I didn't say that Michelle Obama lacks anything.
No, but why did he say that? Why did he say that?
It's his opinion.
But why was that his opinion specifically for black women? Why was that his opinion for black women?
People don't take.
Why was that his opinion for black women? Why was that his opinion? Connor, you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. I'm saying, number one, right? Just because white people make up like 60% of the population does not mean all the spots are for white people. That's number one misconception. The fact that you think a job slot is for white people just shows that you're a racist, right? Because you think that white people are more deserving of these jobs, which is just not true. Number two, The fact that you do think that they're more, you do think that they're more deserving because you just said based on their proportion, it's okay to say that black people are stealing white people's jobs. That's what you said.
That's not what I said.
Then why do you think these slots are white slots?
You know, it's like if you go to China and you're not Chinese and you say, and someone says you're taking a job that a Chinese person would have, that's not a racist thing to say.
Shouldn't they be American slots? Chinese is not a race. Chinese is a national identity.
Okay, then let me give you a better.
Why don't you say they're American slots?
If you go to the Congo, okay, and you take you work as a, let's say there's a program where they need to hire a certain amount of white people in order to get certain funding from the government, okay? You're taking a job away from a black person, most likely.
Those jobs are predominantly even taken over by foreigners. So Congo was like the worst ass fucking.
Come on,
Congo is the worst ass
fucking.
Congo is the worst ass actual example that you could have brought up because a majority. Hold on. A majority of the minds are. Should I respond or should I also tell you, please, white man, can you give me your white minute to respond back to you?
No, it looks like you're
are
just
all the minutes
also.
Okay, I'll just mute you at this point, right? White people are not indigenous to America. You bring up Congolese people who are indigenous to America. You bring up Chinese people who are indigenous to China. And you're trying to bring up white Americans who are not indigenous to America. You're trying to say that white people who are not indigenous to America are entitled all the jobs. That all the jobs are considered white jobs. All the jobs are considered white jobs. That's what you're trying to say. So for him to say, can you not interrupt me, or do you have a hard time interrupting people who are undeserving, in your opinion, to continue their sentence? Can I please, Connor, get a little bit of that white minute to talk? Perfect, thank you. So as I was saying, right, you're trying to say that Charlie Kirk saying, and I quote, give me a second, that's what he said.
They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go.
You had to steal a white person's slot. You're sitting here trying to justify the fact that this guy thinks that jobs belong to white people. And a black person getting in those jobs is a black person stealing a white man's job.
So what? That doesn't mean he deserves to die, does it?
Did I say he deserved to die, Robbie? Did I say he deserved to die, Robbie? But I'm just saying, I'm not going to cry or shed a tear. I don't give a fuck. I feel indifferent. I did not say he deserved to die. Selective, I said I do not agree with it. Connor, let me clarify. You're pro-genocide. You have no more. Hold on.
Why are you being?
You have an Israeli flag in your username. You are a Zionist. No, 1 second. A Zionist who justifies the unaliving of Palestinian children is not going to sit here and think that they have a moral high ground and try to shame me when they justify state-sanctioned violence against Palestinian babies. Connor, respectfully.
You've been reading.
You were sitting. No. You were sitting here. No. You were sitting here. I've heard you. I'm pretty sure you're also you were an IDF soldier. Do you serve in the IDF?
Still am, thank God.
You still are an IDF soldier.
Thank God.
So wait, hold on. So an IDF soldier.
Which God?
Hold on. Yeah, he said, thank God he's an IDF soldier. So an IDF soldier who dehumanizes Palestinians is trying to come up here and shame me about humanity. Chat, am I going crazy? Chat, please, am I actually going crazy? An IDF soldier who was in Lebanon, mind you, when Israel was massacring Lebanese people. You were stationed in Lebanon as an IDF soldier. And you genuinely think that you have the moral high ground to sit here as a baby unaliver to tell me that I lack humanity because I'm saying I'm not going to cry.
You do lack humanity, yes.
What does that say? What do you think?
100% what I'm saying.
What about you? Do you lack any humanity?
Oh, I've never unalived a child. I've never, God forbid, I never done that.
Does the IDF unalive children?
Kobe, I've helped more
Does the
Palestinians than you have,
IDF
guaranteed.
unalive children? Yes or
I've
no?
helped more. I've delivered
Does the
Palestinian
IDF
babies.
unalive children? Yes or no?
The IDF does not unalive children.
I know you fucking
Is
lying.
this the actual IDF lawyer or rabbi?
I know you fucking lying.
Wait, Connor,
Can't be real.
Wait, hold on 1 second. You're gonna sit here and tell me the IDF does not unalive children?
When children are unalived in the process of war, it's by the people that are hiding behind them. It's by the people. It's the fault of the people. It's the fault of people that are hiding behind them.
Yeah, got
Ukraine war child death 0.3%, Gaza 37.7%. One is a war, the other is not.
Okay. So Connor, the man who's in the IDF, who was stationed in Lebanon, is trying to come here and shame me. The double standards.
It's exactly what I want to do. Yes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, Charlie Kirk was a victim of war.
I want to show the 600 people here.
Charlie Kirk was a victim of war.
He was not a victim of war.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
He was not a victim of war.
I don't think people understand that there is an active war happening. Yeah.
He's a non-combatant.
I don't think people understand that there is an active war.
He's a legal combatant under the Genocide Convention.
Oh, see, this is exactly. So you are okay with it. Kobe, you are okay with it.
No, I never said I was okay with it.
I said it was lawful. She didn't say that. I did.
You're so okay.
Wait, hold on. I did not say I was okay with it. I'm so sorry. Is my name Hublai?
No, I said it was lawful. I did not say anything about its morality, and I did not say who did it.
Why are you guys hiding? What you guys are happy about this? Why hide about it? No one's going to come after
I'm
you.
happy about his children being raised by someone else. That's still limited by happiness here.
Is that true? Can you confirm?
What did he say?
Somebody in chat said that you were holding a bloody Palestinian passport on live. Is that true?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Wow.
Connor was holding a bloodied passport on live?
I have no shame in the TS that I've taken.
Did it happen or did it not? Because you just said you don't recall, so did it?
I'm just...
Right. Audacity.
Stationed in Lebanon because you're an IDF soldier.
Hard to remember
You're coming
such
up
things.
here. No, hold on. You lack all morality. Genuinely, you lack all morality and you don't have a moral high ground when you belong to an entity that is unaliving children. And the fact that you collect passports of dead people, to me, is actually crazy.
That sounds... I don't remember doing that.
Oh, but did you...
And act fucking cute. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember doing that.
Did you show a bloodied Palestinian passport on live? Yes or no?
I remember seeing something like that.
Oh,
bruh.
Who is gifting?
Just objectively, I don't regret things that I've done to TS. Let's just put it that way.
So he has unalived people. He just said he never unalived anybody.
Children. I said I never unalived a child, is what I said.
So you have unalived people.
So you do advocate drone striking the funeral, Connor? Is that your position?
What did you say?
Charlie Kirk's funeral should be treated with the same way Israel has treated funerals.
That's your opinion.
Just asking the question. What's your opinion?
No, I think that would be a war crime, like a terrible war crime.
Did we say when Israel does it?
Israel bombs funerals now?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're
it does
talking about.
bomb funerals repeatedly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't know. I don't think you're with the IDF if you don't know that happened.
When did Israel bomb a funeral?
Often. They've done it for most of the leaders
Give me one example.
I'll have to go look up the list, but it has happened.
Go ahead.
I'm not recalling your names. There were definitely Hamas
I know
leaders
you don't recall any names because
who
you're
were
not
shot,
talking about
and then they
anything
blew up
specific.
the funerals.
You're not
They do
talking
this.
about anything specific.
Yeah.
You're not. You can't bring me one name.
I'll go look it up. I'll be right back.
Please go look it up. Thank you.
Bond from this dipshit to be.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say yes, Connor. Israel has bombed funerals. On March 18th, 2025, an Israeli airstrike targeted a funeral tent in the Salatin neighborhood of Beit Lahia in northern Gaza. At least 14 Palestinians were unalived and 30 others injured when the strike hit mourners who were gathered at. No, Connor, you asked a question, right? You asked the question. So let's hear what it is, right? It says here at least 14 Palestinians were unalived and nearly 30 others injured when the strike hit mourners who were gathered for a funeral. What else is there? There were events such as the Beit Lahia funeral tent strike, which happened multiple times.
So yes, it does. It does airstrike funerals.
Versus Hamas.
Wait, hold on. Did we bring up age group? I'm confused.
I'm telling you the source of which.
Wait, hold on. Is anybody here in the age group as compared to you being in the IDF? Yeah, you're in the IDF, and you tried to say.
Of course I am.
Yeah, you're in the IDF, and you have admitted on my panel that you have unalived people, right? And you were stationed. You did. You said you unalived T's.
I said I'm proud of what I've done to T's. I never said I unalived.
You said you're proud of what you've done to T's. So you've either probably tortured T's or you've probably unalived people because you've been stationed there multiple times. So if you've been stationed there multiple times as an IDF soldier, and you literally were accused in the chat, and you didn't deny it, of showing a bloodied Palestinian passport, Connor. And you're sitting here, you're sitting here as a war criminal. You're a war criminal trying to shame me for saying I don't condone what happened to Charlie Kirk, but I'm not going to cry over it. And you have the gall, the gumption, the audacity to shame me when you're a proud war criminal.
Well, I shame you because of the evil things that you say.
I just posted two incidents of Israeli strikes on funerals in Lebanon. So there we go.
Connor, can I ask you a serious question? Okay, so just as a whole, right, you do not condone political violence. Can you agree to that or disagree with, in simple words, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, political violence, I think, is evil.
Okay, so I found a comment that you made on someone holding oh my gosh, my mind is blanking, the scarf, the scarf, obviously a pro-Palestinian supporter.
What scarf?
And you commented that the red arrow in your name shows that you are for violence and hate, and this world would be a lot better place with you not in it.
Yes, that's
Can
exactly
you clarify that comment?
100% is what I said.
Okay, can you clarify that?
Yeah, I would never unalive someone for wearing kufiya, but do I believe that the world would be a better place without someone who has a red triangle in their name, basically calling for the unaliving of soldiers? Yeah, I have no problem.
Wait, I'm confused. I thought you said you're not for political violence.
I'm not. Did I threaten to unalive?
No, but them being unalived would be as a result of political violence. And I thought people.
Wait, I never said they should be unalived.
Hold on one second.
I never said they should be unalived.
You're of the crowd. Wait 1 second. You are off the crowd of people who says people should not be unalived for freedom of speech. So you think because a person have the right to exercise their freedom of speech, they should not be in this world?
I never said
where would
that
they be if they are? Where would they be if they're not in this world? Connor?
Did I say they shouldn't be in this world? I said the world would be better off without them, but that doesn't mean.
Yeah, if this world is better off without them, what does that mean for them? Does that mean they're dead or alive?
Wait, I think that you guys aren't understanding.
If you say the world is better off without them, does that mean they're dead or alive?
Listen to what I'm saying. Please give me a second.
I listen. Okay.
If I'm saying that the world would be better off without them, it's an opinion and I mean it. But I would never threaten to unalive them.
Hold on, but does that mean they're dead or alive? Does that mean they're dead or alive?
And I would never suggest anyone.
Connor, I'm asking you a simple question. If you say the world is better off without a person, does that mean the person is dead or alive?
If they accidentally walked off a cliff, the world would probably be a better place. I'm not going to lie about that.
Oh, so you think that a person posting a red triangle means that they are deserving of death, but a person like Charlie Kirk, who sits on everywhere, dehumanizing marginalized people, that they're okay?
No, they're not.
So you know what, Connor? I agree with you. I don't condone it. I'm not asking for violence, but I think the world was better off without Charlie Kirk. There we go. I think in case he ends up walking,
I'm sorry, do you think that the person walking off the edge of the cliff is getting transported to Narnia?
Kobe,
where are they going?
Problem with that opinion of yours, actually. No problem at all with it. But if you were happy about this or wished him dead, then I'd have a problem with it.
Hey, Connor, is this also you?
Israel, the IDF blackmails Palestinians in order to become informants, and it works out really nicely for us.
They do that.
Israel, is that you, though?
They do that. That is me.
Oh, okay. Do you partake in that blackmail?
Nope, never have, and I stand against it.
Palestinians in order to become informants, and it works out really nicely for us.
You have way too much of like a presence on TikTok, and you're in these little comments to just be sitting up here like a dipshit, and you're like playing stupid and dumb when there's like all of this out here for you. So I truly don't understand like what you thought would happen when you got up here and proudly boasted that you're an IDF current soldier and that you hold bloody passports. And like, I don't understand what are you going to value from this conversation? I truly don't get it.
I'm telling you guys that you guys are hypocrites and you guys are evil. And I want the 600 people here to watch. I want the 600 people here.
Don't nobody give two shits what you think.
I want the 600 people
Shut
here.
the
I don't care.
entire fuck up. Don't nobody care what you got to say.
Wait, I'm sorry. The IDF.
You don't care what I have to say.
The IDF. Wait, hold on. The IDF war criminal who has unalived people, who was stationed in Lebanon and in Palestine, who has held bloodied Palestinian passports, is saying that we are evil.
That's
you think
exactly
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
cry?
saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Bro's exposing war secrets on TikTok Live for
Seems like people agree with me. I'm looking at the comments. It seems like people agree.
Nobody's agreeing with you.
They're calling you a serial on the liver, actually.
Looks like people are agreeing with me. They know that you're
No,
evil.
they're not. They're literally laughing at you.
They know that you're evil.
Can people who don't agree with him, red triangle in the chat, please? Red triangle in the chat if you don't agree with this guy. Red triangle in the chat. But let's just see the red triangles rolling in if they agree with you. Not you also posting red triangle. That's crazy. So as I was saying, let's go to Yarby, because Yarby has been waiting. Look at that. Look at all the red triangles. It's crazy. Yarby, none of these people agree with you. And I do want to go to Choco and then Blue and then D. Oh, actually, no. Yarby and then Blue, first? D, and then Choco.
Weren't Blue and D here before? Oh, wait.
Oh, were they first?
Yeah, they were.
Probably. Okay, then Blue, D.
Then me.
Yeah, Blue, D, and then Yarby, and then Choco. Blue, it's your turn. You've been waiting very patiently. Thank you for that. So, it's your turn.
Okay.
Oh, you're on mute. We can't hear you, by the way, because when you get off the app, nobody can hear you. Blue, you keep going off the app. Wait, can anybody hear Blue?
No.
Oh. Blue, we can't hear you. Hello?
I'm gonna drop and
You hear
come
me
back.
now?
My box is white.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I want to recommend a poem by Pat Parker called Don't Let the Fascists Speak to everyone in here. And yeah, I remember you asking when I first joined about what you think it is that makes so many people care more about a white man being, than any Palestinian or just black or brown people. And I think, that's from years and years and years of indoctrination from our own government that started.
You muted yourself.
Started, but kind of kicked off on this day, 24 years ago. We all know what happened. So yeah, for however many years, we've been, most American people have been kind of indoctrinated and have this pushed into their head, the just dehumanization, especially of brown people, and
About the victim mentality. Keep crying about it. It's not going to do anything for you.
Okay. Whatever.
Connor, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Blue. This is not the Connor show. Nobody came here to see you, respectfully, but also disrespectfully.
Drop me then.
Yeah, then get the fuck off my panel, bro. You think I'm gonna beg you to stay? I'm not gonna beg a war criminal to stay on the panel. Anyways, Blue, I'm so sorry. You've been waiting patiently, so please do continue.
But I wanted to say that all of the people, even, you know, the people who claim to be like liberal or on the left, the people who are saying we should sympathize with this man over, you know, the any other people who are getting killed just because of like the color of their skin and shit like that. You know, it's, and they're the type of people to say, oh, we're being fascist too, just for not celebrate or not caring if he dies, when he died. Sorry, I mean,
Oh wait, were you done?
no, sorry, I might have cut out. And also, sorry, I'm not very good at like public
No
speaking
problem.
or
You're doing good.
formulating.
Yeah, you're doing okay. No problem. Just finish your thoughts so we can get to D.
Kirk, can I ask you, Richard, are you Muslim?
Wait. Hold on 1 second. Let's get to D. We're gonna get to you afterwards. Blue, were you done?
No, so most people say stuff like that, even people who claim to be leftist or support Palestine, right? Who say that we shouldn't be celebrating.
You keep going off the app, and every time you're off the app, we can't hear you, Blue. So, maybe you could like wrap it up, and then we'll get to D.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. Sorry. I'm just saying they're the same type of people who, you know, scroll past videos of Palestinian children every day, or other people who have been killed, and don't say a thing. So it's just kind of ironic that people would come on here just to mourn this man who doesn't agree with them, supposedly.
Yeah.
But when something like that happens, they don't care.
Yeah, I agree with you. You did. Thank you very much for that, Blue. Appreciate you for your thoughts. Let's go to D.
I want to say that everything that happened before was absolutely insane with Connor here. I'm so glad he's gone. What a dipshit. Just wanted to put that out there. I'm glad.
Where did you get those receipts from, by the way? That was crazy.
I just looked at bro's username on TikTok, and, you know, like, the receipts just kept coming. Like, he's got a TikTok presence, so wild. But I'm glad that we're kind of back on topic. I did want to play just a little clip here from the Utah governor, like a press conference after the shooting. And then I'll kind of discuss my thoughts, and it does link back to everything that we're saying. So let me play it here.
Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you, and we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Now, when I saw that clip, and people were just talking about it in general, like in my local spaces, you open Facebook, and it's like people who maybe considered themselves apolitical before, things like that. We need the death penalty. We need this. We need that. This is very shocking to me and also painful, because when we look at how many high-profile cases of Black, brown, people of color that have happened over the years, I have never heard such a push for the death penalty in these cases. So that's something that just it just shocks me that, you know, however you stand on the death penalty, that we cannot uphold this same language for our Black and brown people of color, like our brothers and sisters. So that's really shocking to me. I believe that this reaction from the Utah governor and the DA, that press conference, is ultimately Donald Trump. Another thing surprised me is that I don't think we've ever seen a president announce the death of a person. He was the first person to break that news. So in a sense, he is being set up to be a martyr. And that's scary, right? They're setting him up to become a martyr. But ultimately, I don't think that this is going to enact any change at the end of the day. I wish it did, even though I don't like the guy, I don't like, but if this is what it takes to enact change, do we have to sit there and cry about it, even though it enacted the change that we wanted in the first place? I think that's a conversation that kind of needs to be had on the left in general. The word political violence is just being thrown around a lot today. And I think a lot of people are forgetting that, which side really fosters that political violence. Something else I haven't seen being discussed is when Paul Pelosi was attacked. I think he was 87 years old. Was it 3 years ago? Attacked with a hammer. We all know what happened. It was horrible. No matter how you feel about the Pelosi's, I'm not a fan of them either. But 87-year-old man attacked, almost to the brink of death, fractured his skull. And Charlie Kirk sat up on Turning Point USA and stated that a fine patriot should bail out his attacker. So the political violence has always been there. And so I don't feel that I am to mourn. No one mourns the wicked. We know that. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to mourn. What I am going to say is that this is poetic justice. This is irony in its rawest form that we are seeing. So that's all I'm going to say about it. These days, I really feel like I can't share my full opinions about it with people in our local circles. You might get looked at crazy if you talk to your coworker by the water cooler about it. But ultimately, that's just what it is. And we'll just move on from a society and it'll either be something that enacts change, which is good, or everything will be the complete same, if not worse. So that's my take.
Thank you very much, Dee. I think Yarby was next, and then Shoko, and then Kim.
Hi. So, I guess my take on it is that I do believe that, I do personally believe that he had to go. He deserved it. But I don't believe that it's good for society as a whole. Especially the way it happened in front of all those people was probably really traumatizing. And it also it's setting the scale for more political violence and things like that. But I think it's really important to note that there are people saying that this happened to him just because of his political beliefs or because he just had a different opinion. And it's far different than that. It's not as black and white as some people are trying to make it out to be, right? It's not like he had just a different political opinion. He was actively talking against minority communities and saying very harmful things, harmful ideological things. And he had a large platform, right? And I believe if and only if it's the case that he knew what he was saying was going to be harmful, and if he knew that it was incorrect or pushing harmful misconceptions or things like that, and he did it on purpose for money, I believe he's evil and he deserved it. That's it. And it's not gonna be just an opinion or just words that he said. Right? Words have meaning. But that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Shoko?
Yeah, actually, my whole opinion on this is I actually find it annoying that you're not even allowed apathy in this scenario. Because I've seen people say, oh, I don't feel good that he was unalived in such a gruesome way, but I also don't care And they're like, oh, well, you're not allowed to not care either. Unless we're like bawling our eyes out, like making TikToks and lives bawling our eyes out, somehow we're still bad people. And I think that that's foul, especially when you're asking the people of the marginalized communities who he's attacked to mourn someone who regularly attacked them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Kim, and then Quinny, and then Wise. Kim, can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't give two shits how anybody feels about him. There is no feelings whatsoever for him. I have no empathy, sympathy, nothing like that for him. He was a piece of shit white nationalist. He spewed hateful rhetoric on a daily basis. Did not care about me. If I was standing next to him on fire, he wouldn't have even looked at me. So I don't give two craps about it. It was horrible and where it happened because, you know, all those students and stuff like that being exposed to that's not fair to them, especially because we know of the many different pew things that we've had at multiple colleges. So I can understand the trauma from that. I may feel some empathy for his children only because children should not have to grow up without a parent. That's always going to be, especially since they're innocent. They didn't ask to come into this world. I don't have shit for his wife because she's a piece of shit too. She knew that he was a racist piece of shit and she probably is too. So I don't give two shits about her. People telling us that we need to feel some type of way or whatever like that. You kiss my entire black ass. Because the audacity that you have to tell people that you must feel some way about a person who spewed nothing but lies about your community, disparaged black women and black men, and lowered them down as though they were beneath his feet when he is literally worse than the scum of earth, to sit there and speak about our community as though he was like he was all knowing about it. No, I don't care. You know, that's not it. I think it's funny how people are sitting here talking about, oh, you guys couldn't wait to do lives about him, whatever. Charlie, literally, the minute that somebody was unalive, especially in the black community, if it was from a police thing, went right on his podcast and started literally disparaging that person. Had no problem doing it. He disparaged the senator who was just unalived a couple months ago. Literally tried to change about the fact that the person who unalived her was a Republican. Like there's no sympathy. The fake outrage that we have right now is disgusting. They had no flags being lowered for their unalivement. President barely said a quip about them. But you want us to sit here and worry about him? Like, it's disgusting, all these honors and stuff that's being done. This is the man who literally told them to raise the flag after a president had unalived. President Carter had died and those flags were down for his honor, and he made them raise it up for his inauguration because he thinks that he is that special. And he's going to lower the flags for this piece of crap, this scum of the earth, this slug that shouldn't even have any type of recognition. They literally overlooked 3 children who were pew-pewed a half hour before Charlie. Hasn't said one thing about it. But the minute that he is pew-pewed, all of a sudden Trump and all the conservatives are tweeting about him. But they said not one peep about the children who were pew-pewed a half hour before that. Nothing. So no, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't care. There's nothing about him that needs to be sitting here and be honored. The fact that they're going to sit here and try to make him a martyr or whatever like that is disgusting.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate you. Agree with what you said. Quinny, and then Red State, and then Wise G, Liv, and then Muhammad. Oh, and Noah as well. Quinny, you're next.
Okay, well, I'm in Britain. I mean, are you guys not worried that your free speech is being taken away from you? Isn't that one of your, amendments?
Kim, if you want to respond to that? Aren't you worried that your free
Aren't
speech
you
is going to be
worried that
taken away
free
from you?
speech is being taken away?
You mean the one that's being already taken away from this president? Because according to him, he doesn't want to follow the Constitution. According to him, there are certain verbiage that we should not say.
I'm talking. Okay. Okay, well, I'm
You
talking
might
about
want
in
to get
all
out of your...
instances.
Right. I mean, that's been happening like for the past couple of years. People have been allowing our rights and stuff like that to be taken away. Black people have to worry about their voting rights about to possibly be taken away. And you want me to sit here and care about what? You might want to move into an area that you get some connection.
Trump is making it illegal for news
Who's
sites
taking them away?
to criticize him. Trump is literally making it to where news sites, it's illegal for news sites to criticize him. He was already taking that away.
Right, so you're just happy to stand there and allow that to happen, are you?
Who is happy to stand anywhere? You do realize that it is literally the right conservatives who are literally taking these rights away. How are we standing here allowing this to happen? Are you in this country?
You've got. Well, I started my conversation off with I'm in Britain.
Are you in the United States?
Hello, if you listen and stop opening your mouth and actually listen, I started my conversation.
I don't know who the fuck you were talking to. I don't know who the fuck you were talking to.
What the fuck? Wait.
Sorry, you're the
I was
one that
gonna-
fucking sounds like you're stuck in a wind turbine.
I was gonna yell at him too, but you guys did an amazing job putting him in his.
Sorry.
Good job, guys. Congrats.
Who the fuck does he think he is? I'm laughing not because it's funny, by the way. I'm laughing because I'm shocked at the audacity. The audacity of this man to come up here and yell at Kim like that. What the hell? What the hell?
Post and worry about that over there.
I'm so sorry. I am in shock. The audacity of that man. But anyways,
Couple questions. That's fine.
I just also wanted to address how black people, even in the US, have not really enjoyed or have not really had full enjoyment of freedom of speech, right? So when people talk about freedom of speech being taken away, they're talking about freedom of speech being taken away only from certain people, which is here hateful bigots who are white tea supremacists, right? Because historically, black people have been strange-fruited, black people have been unalived, black people have been threatened for expressing themselves. Like they have like black speakers, activists, writers have been targeted with violence or threat for speaking out. They have been subjected to police brutality. They've been subjected to threats to family and their livelihood. They have actively been censored. They have been fired. They have been erased from schools, from the media, from public discourse. There have been book bans that have targeted specifically black authors. There are anti-black institutional reforms or norms as well. There have been gag orders that have banned protesting or advocating certain ideas, right? So, freedom of speech only applies and is guaranteed to certain types of people and not black people. Historically and also not today. So this is a misconception. Black people have not had or have not enjoyed full freedom of speech either. So yeah, just wanted to say that. But Kim, are you okay?
You know, beans and toast motherfucker gonna sit here and bother me. He had all audacity. You better go in his putt-putt car in his no Wi-Fi ass.
Or women, exactly. Women are like marginalized people in general, right? Don't have their, like, I'm sorry, you literally had 3 Palestinians get pew-pewed because they had a kufiya on. Like, what kind of freedom of speech is that? Like, people sit here thinking that everybody is guaranteed freedom of speech, but you had 3 Palestinians just minding their own business, walking on the street with their kufiyas on, and they were pew-pewed. So, no, freedom of speech is not guaranteed to everybody, unfortunately, especially if you're racialized. I think Red State was next, and then Wise.
I wrote two things down. I'll be pretty quick. I think Charlie Kirk was a white supremacist, and I think one of the things you can point to as far as the legacy of white supremacy is him saying, pull your kids out of government schools and promoting homeschooling. He literally sells homeschooling kits on his website. He also sells the Turning Point Academy, which is you can invest in it and start your own charter school. And like we've seen these attacks on public schools in America since Reconstruction. And mourning isn't mandatory. When someone uses like their space online to push white supremacy, to strip others of dignity and humanity, I mean, their legacy is already grief, right? So that's the grief that they inflict on the marginalized. So I don't need to respect someone that caused so much harm in their life because their absence doesn't wound society. Their presence already did. That's it. Have a great day.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. That was a bar. Wait, hold on. Can you repeat that again? That was a bar. The last sentence? The absence one?
Mic drop.
Their absence doesn't wound society. Their presence did.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was actually a mic drop. Thank you very much, Red State. Somebody write that down. Exactly. Thank you, Red State. I appreciate you. Let's go to Wise and then Mel.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing today?
We're okay. What about you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I just want to play a little something real quick, and then I'm going to speak. I'm going to leave that right there, and I just want to say, man, what we got here is a classic case of the chickens coming home to roost. Because it wasn't one of our people that did this. And I don't even want to give dude that much airtime or my time, you know what I'm saying, talking about his YT supremacist ass. Because the bottom line is when we look at the data, we know that YT supremacists commit the highest number of domestic in this country. And this is like every year. They've been holding the record for the most unalivings. So in 2022 was one of the highest years that they had. And judging by how these people are speaking on this app and what they're saying, I feel like they might try to top it this year. And I got a message for them. We ain't scared of you. You see what I'm saying? We ain't scared of you. And let me just forget it and just say I'm gonna quote Cameron. Ends get shot every day, B. He be all right. I'm gonna leave it right there. Because I ain't got no empathy, no love for none of those YT supremacy fallacies because they ain't nothing supreme about these people. Unless they supreme evilness. I mean, we could count that as they only supreme, their only character of being supreme. They're supreme evil. They're just the evilest people to ever walk this planet.
Wow. Thank you very much for that, Wise. I appreciate you. I just wanted, thank you. That took me off guard, playing the music, but I just wanted to say, look at this screenshot I got from my live. Somebody's saying, Covey, you're next. Of course, it's a white person. So this is the hypocrisy that I'm talking about, right? So people don't advocate for political violence when it comes to Charlie Kirk, but they advocate for violence when it comes to me. Exactly. You don't even know how to spell your, right?
I got a couple of them after I got off a live last night talking about it.
Mm-hmm. He said it in this live. It was right in this live. He said that, right? So that to me is actually crazy. People think only certain lives matter. And that is the hypocrisy that I am talking about, right? That certain lives are only grievable, but not all lives are grievable.
I got a list of creators.
Good
Apparently
evening.
conservatives that they said that they're going to go after. And I think what another thing that I forgot to mention was the fact that I don't know if you've seen it, Covey, but they have been comparing him to MLK.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
I unfortunately last night I had walked away when Swan had logged off to restart, and my phone went into a conservative live. The way that they were in there comparing him to Martin Luther King, I literally had to put in the comments, I know you fucking lying. I said, ain't no way you trying to disrespect that man and put in Charlie Kirk in the same sentence with him. But they are. I even saw a meme on Facebook. Yeah. And said that he didn't deserve a holiday, that he was a horrible man. Yeah. But they are comparing him to MLK.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of people going against Charlie Kirk's wishes. You're not only comparing him to a black man that he hated, but you're showing him empathy. A thing he said is a made up new age terminology.
Mm-hmm. I agree, 100%. I haven't have a video of that, by the way, of somebody comparing him to MLK. Hold on, I'll see if I have it here, but I saw that video and I was like, people have to be kidding me. It was actually crazy. I also saw people like, yeah, I'll play it after. I did want to go to Mel, I think was next, if I'm not mistaken. It was Mel and then Muhammad and then Liv, Sam, Sage.
Okay, hi Kavi, how are you?
I'm okay. Hope you're good too.
I'm okay. So, I wanted to hop in here as more, not as a set opinion, but as a conversation starter, and to also like reflect about some things, because I watched Tashika's video about this, and I thought it was really interesting because she was not only talking about the unaliving itself, but the repercussions that it could have in the leftist community, right? So I want to preface this by saying that Charlie Kirk is an absolute monster, right? He was constantly advocating for other people's unaliving all the time. Charlie Kirk was not only extremely racist, but transphobic, homophobic, all of it. You guys know it. But the thing is not, somebody said this in the car, it's not about him being unalived, it's about him being unalived. Keyword like setting the precedent of people speaking publicly and being unalived. Now, this is a bad look for the left, right? Even though like they didn't even caught the person that did it yet, people are already putting this on the left. People are already saying that this is on the left, even though it isn't, right? We don't know actually anything about it, and more people tend to get radicalized. Now, no mourning is absolutely normal. I don't mourn him, not even a little bit, not at all. But to in any way celebrate it, I think it's turning people to a more radical point. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I don't think I'm celebrating it though. Like I haven't.
No, you're not. You're not. You already said it multiple times that you don't condone it, right? Who's celebrating it? I think there's always going to be people in the comments that are going to be mad, right? But
yeah, and I won't tone police them.
And I don't think that they're really celebrating it. I think what it is that they're just not giving a fuck, and people don't like that. The fact that they're not curbing their language about not giving a fuck. And I don't think that we should, because I'm sorry, but the same thing, if you want to say, happened when we had other people unalived. Were people in outrage when they were doing the same thing with George Floyd? Like they literally had memes of George Floyd probably less than 5 hours after the video.
People made t-shirts.
Literally.
They did the same thing with Marcellus Williams. Williams, literally 10 minutes after he passed, there were people hosting lives talking about actually he was guilty. Nobody said anything about it. But I do want to show y'all something, right? which I want to show y'all like 3 videos, right? Which to me were just so shocking when I saw them. And then I will go to the rest of the people here. But this is something that I did want to show, like really, really show, okay? So, where is it? Hold on. How do I do this? Let me turn on effects. Okay. So this is the first video that I want to show, right?
Charlie Kirk getting assassinated today is the biggest cultural event since the assassination. Charlie Kirk getting assassinated today is the biggest cultural event since the assassination of MLK Jr. I'm not being satire or joking at all. Let me explain. So it is no secret or surprise that MLK Jr. was the face of the civil rights movement during that time, and he was building up a platform of good for many people in that category and was taken out for that. Charlie Kirk, on the other hand, while he was not a civil rights activist, he was the largest activist in modern time for young people that are right-leaning. He was the movement for Gen Z conservatives, okay? He single-handedly shifted a generation to the right by the millions of people. I do not know what will happen next. I am praying for him and his family, but I don't think you understand how big today was.
He admitted himself that he single-handedly shifted millions of people to the right. This is another. I'm sorry. This is another video that I want to show y'all. Okay, this is. Hold on, 1 second. Where is it?
Tomatoes 4 months. Oh,
Yeah.
that one had me hollering, laugh. I'm
Hold
sorry, I
on.
laughed my ass off.
Yo, don't jump scare me like that.
Just gonna say
Hold
you
on.
needed to add a
Hold on.
trigger warning for that, bro.
Yeah, let me show this. Hold on.
This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. I just murdered Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why do they always come with fucking violence? Gosh damn it. Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people who shot Charlie Kirk. I'm driving in a Provo right now. I'm so pissed. Damn it.
The shade match between his skin and his shirt is impeccable.
I was just about
Does
to
it
say
have
that.
rabies?
Where did his shirt start and his
so
face
parasocial.
end?
Dead ass. We'll never know.
And this is another one.
Oh my god.
And I feel so much grief for someone that I've never met. There's someone that I don't even know. But my heart is hurting so bad right now. My heart is literally just about ready to burst from my chest.
I don't get it. For me personally, genuinely,
These
get it.
parasocial relationships got these people fucked up.
I will say that has been becoming like a thing. More people have been becoming more parasocial recently.
Why did that remind me of the video of "And my dog stepped on a bee"?
I don't get it. I did not see people crying like this over Adriana Smith. I didn't see people crying like this over Sonia Massey. I didn't see people crying over this for the countless black and brown people that are dying on a regular basis. This is something that is genuinely horrific to me, right? That people are crying their eyes out over a man who was so vile, but again, I'm not judging a person's emotions. What I'm judging here is a person's selective empathy. That's what I'm judging here. A person's selective empathy to me is horrifying, because the message that you're sending to people is that certain lives are valuable, whereas other lives are not valuable. Certain lives are grievable, whereas other lives can literally die. And
nobody even sheds a tear. They don't even make a headline. That is the message that people are conveying. And that is a horrific message that I refuse to accept. I refuse to accept that message. But I did want to go to...
I'm judging their feelings though, because I'm sorry, those feelings are fake. I'm sorry, you can't tell me that it's not. They are literally fake. Like the guy who was screaming at the phone, he was in a store. You felt that bad, but yet you were able to turn your phone on and start screaming at it and crying. Like, I'm sorry,
and spitting.
Fake. I'm sorry, it's so fake. I'm so tired of the fake outrage. It's annoying as fuck because we have seen some horrific unalivings when it comes to black people. Like I would say, one that hit me hard was having to watch the one with Ahmaud Arbery. It touched me in a different way because it's just like we've seen so many of our people just be unalived as though they are nothing, like they are less than a dog, right? And then these people sit here and are like their life is over because they saw this. Like, no, we understand somebody's life was taken, yes, but please spare me because his life ending is not going to change your everyday.
There were kids pewed at a high school yesterday. That's the thing that's horrifying.
Thank you.
Like, there were kids pewed at a high school, Evergreen High School yesterday, and not a peep about it. Like, every other day or almost every day, children at school are being pewed, unalived, or injured. They're being traumatized. They're having to train to hide under a desk or what they have to do if a school pew-pewer gets in there. And the fact that, like, this type of violence is being normalized to kids, which, by the way, when it comes to like the unaliving of kids, the number one reason kids get unalived is because of gun violence. This is what's like shocking to me. When it comes to children, the number one reason they're being unalived is gun violence. But then people find some type of way to justify it when it's happening to your average kid. But when it's happening to a person like Charlie Kirk, who, mind you, himself said that it is worth it to have some sacrifices for his Second Amendment rights, then people are getting horrified by this. Why?
He's okay with people's, because he was talking about that discussion that he was having was because somebody asked about school pew-pewings, and he made that statement. So he literally told that group of people, I'm okay with your children being unalived if it means that I get to keep my Second Amendment. That's what he told those people and anybody else that saw that video.
Yeah, let me play that clip again one more time, right?
Can I just next like ask a question?
Yeah, you can ask a question now. 1 second. Let me just I just want to play this video, right? What he said about pew-pewing, like gun violence.
You will never live in a...
So this is what he says about gun violence, okay?
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
He said it's worth it. Imagine being a parent of a child that like was unalived due to a school pew-pew or gun violence. Imagine having a loved one who was unalived during the gun violence, and you're hearing this man saying that it's worth it to keep your Second Amendment rights. Like, this is a level of dehumanization that dehumanization like rhetoric that he was allowing. It's genuinely sick. But Mel, please do wrap up so we can go to Ahmed and then Liv.
I'm gonna drop after this. It's just when I came up here and I wanted to cause some reflection, what I meant to cause is that like what we as a group, as leftists, as people that are now witnessing this and have to deal with all of the backlash and all of the people that are gonna use this as political arguments and stuff. How should we act? How should we react to this? And what would hopefully minimize the effects that this can have on young people? That's the question that I have for everybody in the chat, the panel, and for you, Kavi. Thank you for having me here.
Wait, what was the question again, specifically?
It's how should we act as a group, as leftists, as somebody that has to deal with all this backlash, and how should we react for it to not maximize to more people becoming extreme and having these wrong ideas about the leftists being the violent ones when the right wing has been the one perpetuating violence for years?
Okay, well, I'll let the panelists answer it. So when you're having your opening statement, you can also answer Mel's question. I think Mohammed was next, and then Liv, and then Sam, and then Sage.
I'm gonna jump. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mel. I was gonna say, but they don't even know who it is. Like, if they find out it's a right-wing person, they'll just say that they're sick. But what you can just say, in my opinion, is you want to blame leftists for the violence, then the violence was started by the capability of having that weaponry in the first place. It wouldn't have happened if there was more sanctioned, like, ability on people who have mental illness in the first place, like, or have any capability of, why they have the weaponry. It's so easy for most states to have it. But so going back to the whole thing, no one here condoned the unalivement of him, right? We just don't have the sympathy for it because when we talk about the Palestinian lives, oh, that's only war. If we talk about the Eritreans that are being traded, oh, they're uncivilized and it's not our fault. If it's, darn you, Sushi, for saying it before I did. Marcellus Williams, right? He was in part of the Innocence program. What's it called? He was about to be exonerated, but he wasn't exonerated in time. He got the unalivement penalty. But people still said he was a criminal, even though he was wrongfully convicted. Even if they had criminal charges, they like to blame, who was it, Ford. Even though, asphyxiation through putting your leg on someone's neck isn't the appropriate response for someone they were chasing wrongfully. It's the whole notion of, hey, we don't have sympathy for you, but how dare you not have sympathy for this person that incited violence for others, who also doesn't care or never showed sympathy, or is compared to someone who he didn't agree with, or how dare you not let him mourn. Like when Covey, I was over there when you were talking to Daniela, and Daniela was like, oh, have morals for someone he just passed. And Sinwar is not the same. The thousands of children, those are casualties of war. No sympathy there, but you have to have sympathy for someone who's in the West, who's YT, who agrees with her views. And then she showed a post of Make America Christian Again. Is that not inciting violence for any other minorities that don't believe in Christian values? So how dare you innate sympathy when you don't have sympathy for us, when you don't have sympathy for anybody other than your own tone color, your own religious values, your own, I don't care if you're non-Muslim, I don't care if you're non-Christian, I don't care about, you're a person, and if you're a public figure inciting this, and you have the right to say whatever you want, sure, but you better damn well be not surprised if people are not inciting violence in response, because your words affect people's lives, and that can have a snowball effect back to you. Sorry, that was very long-winded.
No, not at all. Thank you very much, Mohammed, for saying that. Liv, and then Sam, and then Sage.
Hey there. Thank you for having me first. Big fan. I won't fangirl though. I love everything that everyone said. You guys took most of what I was going to say. It does seem like the real thing here is the cognitive dissonance of conservatives, that our apathy means we are celebrating, and that is not a direct correlation. And the biggest thing that came to mind was earlier when you were mentioning that they want capital punishment for the person that it happened to. So I see a real hypocrisy in thinking that our apathy is celebrating what happened to Charlie, but they're willing to give capital punishment to the person who unalived one person, and they have apathy about that. Does that mean they're celebrating? I think most people in the room a lot of people may not believe in capital punishment. So, I don't. And so I'm not celebrating anyone's death. And they, in fact, are the ones that feel apathetic normally towards genocide, towards capital punishment, just to keep it local and like to what I think my arguments that might appeal to them directly is that they do have apathy towards capital punishment, but expect us to have empathy for someone who thought empathy was dangerous.
Okay, so getting the normal preamble out of the way, I feel deeply for his children as someone who grew up without a father because he perished partially due to gun violence when I was 13. I know that it's going to be rough for those kids at the very least. I feel literally nothing for Charlie though. If I dig into the depths of my soul for emotion, I cannot find one. And I feel when Trump was elected and I woke up to the news because I went to sleep because I was too scared to find out what the news was going to be. I went to sleep and I woke up, I saw the news and I sobbed on my bed for 2 hours only to go on TikTok and see people live or posting videos business as usual, like we're not mourning our rights. Or when creators such as myself and my mutuals who are people of color are complaining about the racism that they face on a daily basis, being called the hard R with no repercussions, or better yet, them facing repercussions at the hands of their account being banned for other people calling them slurs, or for microaggressions and us being told that they're not real and that because micro is in front of it, that it's not a concern that we should have. And we're constantly being told that we have a victim mentality. The whole time we're told, calm down, it's not that serious, racism doesn't exist, or if it does, it only exists in the form of being called the N-word, and even then, shut the fuck up about it, it was in the past. And now, people have the audacity to be publicly not only crying, but turning a different hue with this man being unalived. Now, do I feel for the victims who watched? Of course. Was the way that he died abhorrent? Yeah. But to be told that I should give even a singular fuck is absurd when my marginalization and that of indigenous peoples and people across the world who are actively starving is egregious. It's absolutely absurd. And as far as what we should do about this, as far as like how we can use it or how we can prevent the right from using it as ammo, I feel the same way about this as I do respectability politics for every other thing. I'm not going to take off my bonnet because it's ghetto. I'm not going to shorten my nails because it's ghetto. I'm not going to shut the fuck up because I'm too loud. And then in the same way, I'm not going to pretend like this makes me sad, because it doesn't. I actually could not give less of a shit. And I'm also not going to try and act with a forced or manufactured cordiality about this when, realistically speaking, someone who actively harmed people in front of millions of people is gone now. Why should I act with sophistication at this? I refuse to. I'm not going to. And I don't think that being palatable to the oppressor has ever worked. Because then what? Okay, we're complicit and they like how complacent we're being. Then we're losing. Not only are we losing because we're not going to make any change by making ourselves palatable to the oppressor, but we're also losing because even if we were to act that way, that's not how any of us feel. None of us give a fuck. And if you do give a fuck, I think you have some things to unpack. That's it.
I fully agree with every single thing that you said. There is not a single point that I don't agree with. But speaking of children, this is what he said about what he would do if he found out that his 10-year-old daughter was raped and pregnant.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she was going to give birth and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her That's awfully graphic. It's no, but it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
He said the answer is yes, the baby will be delivered. He thinks that if his 10-year-old daughter got raped and had a kid or was pregnant, that he would see to it that the baby gets delivered. A 10-year-old kid giving birth to a baby.
My mom did tell me she would do that to me.
That's crazy.
Say before I drop so you can get more opposition and rotation is I feel like it is insanely disingenuous to imply that the right would start to become more radicalized over Charlie Kirk's unaliving when it does not take that to radicalize them. You're implying that they need a reason to be racist is disingenuous. These are the same people that raised over $500,000 for a white woman just a few months ago because she called a special needs black boy the N-word. They don't need a reason or justification. Their justification is their hate.
They've been radicalized. They've been doing this. This is why they so upset, is because this never hit so close to them. You see what I'm saying? The reason why we don't cry for our people so much is because we basically have been used to it. We seen our civil rights leaders unalive. We seen our people on the street being mistreated by the police. We live with this daily. This is our life. You see what I'm saying? We become cold to it.
The anger.
And they've always been doing it. They always been extremists. And like I just pointed out that every year, YT supremacists take the cake when it comes to unalivings. You see what I'm saying? Every year, they take the cake when it comes to mass unalivings. And it's right, and let me be clear, right-wing people, not just YT supremacists. Right-wing YT supremacists.
I was gonna say this before I drop too.
I agree. Thank you, Wise. Yeah, Mohammed.
Sorry, I was just gonna say this real quick. On that note, 2 hours after I heard about the Charlie Kirk thing, I was driving to work, and again, this goes on the idea that they were just waiting for a reason. A guy was holding up a sign. Mind you, 2 hours after this happened. Democrats are theists. A sign in a small town. I was just driving to my job in the hospital. A sign saying, Democrats are theists. They're just waiting for a reason. They have that fostered hate. They're just waiting for a reason. Thank you for having me, Athena. I'm going to drop. Great hearing from everybody. Have a good night.
Appreciate you. Have a good night too. We are going to go to Sage, Jata, and then Harisa.
Thank you, Kavya.
Hi, oh my god. Kavi, I'm just a huge fan, by the way. I just want to start with saying that we actually have the same name, which is Athena, so I think that that's kind of funny.
Oh, period. W.
And I do want to say real quick too, I am so sorry that that person said that in your chat. That is absolutely disgusting. And I was actually on Dean's live yesterday when Dean, because I'm a huge fan of his, I watch him every day, when he announced that Charlie passed, and my first immediate thought was dude, I'm so scared for you guys, because you guys are in this same public space, just on the other side. There are these same concerns for you, for Dean, for Parker, for Santana, for all of you guys, because when you're in a political space, you're going to have that polarity, and it's going to be, that side is just very irrational. It's very, they're very volatile, and I do worry for you. So I do want to extend, just my support, and also just concern for your safety, and just obviously you already know, but please be careful, just you shouldn't have to, but please, God, watch your back. If you can avoid going out in public for a little bit, I would, just because, it's so scary. It's so scary right now, because this could happen to anybody. And I do want to start by saying that something I posted yesterday, when an evil man who did evil things passes, it's a weight off the world's shoulders. He just championed hate for all minorities. We're all so tired. You know what I mean? To feel that apathy is not a crime. And I do feel a little bit conflicted because honestly, like, I did feel quite a bit of relief because in my mind, I was like, this is basically the same rhetoric that Hitler was using to lead to, the mass unaliving of 12 million people. So it's just like, how far would it have gone before it was kind of that same thing? You know what I mean? Like if somebody had, when it was just words, when it was just speeches, when it was just Hitler speaking, how many people would have been saved if it had been done sooner? You know what I mean?
Can we say shitler, by the way? Use TikTok friendly language.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
No problem, love.
Yeah, so that's, like, if it had been done sooner, like, how many people would have been saved because of that? And I do want to echo everything that Sam said, that, like, every piece of it was so true. And yeah, like, watching Dean yesterday, I did feel very conflicted because, how can we stop firearm violence and celebrate it at the same time? I don't think it's celebrating it, but to feel relief, especially like as a woman, as a POC, as a minority, as somebody who has been targeted by Charlie's hate, who has been a victim of his hate and his hate campaign and his violence, like, we're all so tired already. We're all so beaten down. And then he's going to come in and he's going to join in on the stone throwing that's already been going on forever. And we're supposed to feel bad. Like, I feel terrible for everybody who had to watch that. I feel terrible for, Parker for being there, for his kids having to see that. It was horrible the way that it happened. But I'm not going to sit here and cry because an evil man is no longer here to do evil things. And I don't know if that makes me a bad person. I don't know.
No, I don't think it does. I think it's okay. It's human if you feel that way. I did even post in my Discord server that I'm glad that everybody who was there was safe. Because I do feel like, yes, 100% if you were at the event, if you saw it happening, if you know that the pew was not caught, you probably would think, am I next, right? You would be scared. And for that particular reason, I understand that people are going to be terrified. They're going to be traumatized. They're going to be scared, right? And they're still processing whatever they went through. So 100% I feel empathy for people who were there. Feel empathy for the children who saw it. I don't feel empathy for the wife because she's probably a racist. But I don't feel empathy for him either. And I don't think that's a bad thing to say. I don't think it makes you a bad human being to say that you don't have empathy for a person who was just so vile and caused so much harm.
Exactly. And he was instrumental in, they have said, the right has said he was instrumental in securing the youth vote for Trump. And look how much damage has been done to all of us. I think my biggest concern at this moment is we've already been at the boiling point of civil war because of Trump's hatred, because of Kirk's hatred, because of the entire smear campaign against the left, just having to fight for our basic human rights, our constitutional rights to not be stripped away. And it's continuously happening. And we're watching more and more layers just peel back. And now I'm just like, I thought that it might have been, if it had been Trump, like, that would have been the thing that, like, the thing that set it off. But I think that because we've been at this boiling point for so long of civil war, I think that truly it just took Charlie Kirk for the pot to boil over. And I think that, because they're already, the right is already, this is civil war, this means war, you want violence, you're gonna get it. The left is, the Teist party, blah, 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 like, they're already going off about how they're going to retaliate and they're going to do this and they're going to do that and we need to be stopped and we're all evil. Like, is anyone else not concerned that, like, this is literally civil war at this point? Like, this is it. Like, I truly feel like I've been waiting so long like for the other shoe to drop, and I feel like it finally did.
That's what Steve Bannon said, by the way. Steve Bannon said on his show War Room, and I quote, "We have to have steely resolve. Charlie Kirk is a casualty of war. We are at war in this country. We are." Elon Musk also said, "If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die." Fox News host Jesse Waters said, "They're at war with us, whether we want to accept it or not. What are we going to do about it?" Matt Walsh on X said, "We are up against demonic forces from the pit of hell. This is existential, a fight for our own existence and the existence of our country." So multiple people have already come forward, right-wing pundits talking about war and talking about like what are you going to do about it and wanting revenge basically. So they say that they want revenge. It's very crazy, very concerning. But Jata, you're next, and then Harissa, and then Leviathan or Leviathic.
I was gonna hop off, but I wanted to say real quick, I think the safety is the biggest issue. Like you guys were saying, there's people now who are going to be scared to go out because they're political figures or TikTok influencers or things like that, or people of color. All different reasons people can't go out. So this is war. Anybody who can should be out there.
Hey, Colby. I saw you earlier today, and I thought that you were so spot on in so many things that you said, and especially for mentioning like the African migrants who we never like. I mean, there's a reason why the philosopher Achille Mbembe calls it like necropolitics. I hope I can say that word, but I hope that people understand what I mean with like the word necro, right? It means like unalive politics, because that's basically what it is. And I think being myself, I am in Europe, but just witnessing what has happened in America, right? And witnessing a figure who has manipulated the youth the same way that the right wingers are manipulating the youth here on social media, making vulnerable people vote against their interests, spewing hatred towards minorities, and like literally mobilizing a state that is so that can be so critiqued as Trump's government is. I think it gave me a vibe of gaslighting when I first got on TikTok and I saw this whole thing. Like, of course, I don't disagree with what happened, but like the way people were trying to make it so discursive and make it so divisive of like, if you don't feel the way that I feel about it, then I have to distance myself from you. It's like, I feel like a lot of people, they fail to understand like how much violence there is in this man's manner of speaking. Like, sure, if you are a male YT left-winger, he's gonna critique your intelligence, right? But if you are a black woman who, like, this man is critiquing your whole existence. He's critiquing your whole being, and he is supporting politics that literally undermines your existence. If you are disabled, if you are what is the word, LGBTQ, if you are a worker, like he's even undermined. That's the crazy part. This man has even undermined the people that he has like confused